for those first few days for sure.
Yo, it's your boy Ryan, Northwest Sports Fanatics, back at you with a new video. Today is Tuesday, May 23rd, 2023, with your boy Ryan and the Northwest Sports Fanatics. Make sure you guys subscribe to the channel. Smash that like button either now or on your way out. Donate to your boy if you can. Cash App, $ORIONNWSF, or the YouTube Super Chat right here. We got the NHL playoffs. We are in West Finals game number 3. Vegas Golden Knights leading the series 2-0. We are in Dallas for game 3, and the puck drop will be here in about 15 minutes. I hope everyone is having a fantastic day. Let's go over some of the photos that I have all set up and prepped here. And this should be a good one. And normally, as we've seen in the Florida series, in the East, you knew that they were better than Carolina. I'm not saying they're going to sweep Carolina, but we've seen Denver sweep LeBron and the Lakers. The Heat might sweep the Celtics tonight, but I think the Stars are too good to just roll over and die. So I would think that the Stars have a very, very good chance to win today or to win in game 4. Maybe not both, but I think that they have a strong chance to win tonight or win game 4. They're not going to roll over and die. At the very least, Dallas can win a game, but who's to say that they can't get this to 6 or 7 games? It's going to go further than any other series in the NBA, and it'll go further than obviously the Florida series, which is going to be done either in a sweep or Florida in 5. That is big facts. Let's go over some of the other things I have set up. Ooh, I got that thumb for you. Game 3. This one turned out very good. Excited for tonight. And the hockey playoffs have been better than the NBA playoffs by a long shot. So definitely ready for, some goals tonight. And if we're watching, obviously, the other series, it's a kind of lower scoring. Goalies are better on that side, obviously, with Anderson and obviously Bobrovsky. We already know that. But, with Ottinger and Aiden Hill, you still have, some talent there. I think Ottinger is better. Golden Knights won at home 4-3 in OT. And then in game 2, they won 3-2 at home in OT. So the first game that wasn't in overtime was yesterday's game 3. We had the first 4, game 1, game 2 in the West in OT, game 1, game 2 in the East in OT, which was crazy. I don't think I've ever, seen a series start off on the East and West with that many overtime games to start. Very cool. And we'll see what happens tonight. But this one, you would assume that you're going to get more scoring in this series there in the East. But I definitely think, Florida, regardless of who comes out on top, Vegas or Dallas, more than likely Vegas, that even though they'll be the favorite, I like Florida's chances of going all the way because they got the best goalie in hockey right now. And Bobrovsky, Sergey, I see you. All right, here we go, baby. Captain Jack Eichel, I see you. Got multiple photos of you. Let's go. And I had a feeling that the hockey playoffs were going to be better than the NBA playoffs. We are still going to follow. I am going to watch the Celtics and Heat on the computer here in about 45 minutes. So we'll be watching both. And then around 6:30, 6:40, the Mariners are going to come on against the A's, and I'll be watching that as well. And we'll be doing some updates with MLB coverage as well as the NBA Finals. No, the East Finals. Celtics Heat. Heat have a chance to sweep Boston, which is fucking out of this world. If you really think about it, a lot of people thought, hey, we could have Lakers Celtics, just like Magic and Bird. And then now we're going to get Nuggets and Heat, which I'm not complaining. I mean, obviously for ratings, it might not be for the very best, but for basketball fans, it's one is, basketball finals, and the other one would have been a social media final. You know what I mean? So I don't need to know what Austin Reeves is eating for breakfast, so that's where it would have gone, on ESPN. So I feel a little sorry for the Lakers and Celtics. Obviously the Lakers just, they're playing against the best player in the world with the Joker, right? And on the other side, the coach lost the team. Obviously if they had Udoka, they could have still done it, but Missoula is just not on the same page, and Boston gave up. So shame on them, you know what I mean? But they'll be back, and they'll have to decide if they want to keep Tatum and obviously a Jaylen Brown long-term in the next 2 years, which I would. But we got a nice one here tonight, baby. Golden Knights, I see you. And I think some people were kind of surprised that the first two games went into OT, but also that Dallas didn't win a game. I mean, we saw Dallas go, toe to toe. We've seen Dallas, take Seattle all the way to game 7. And I knew that we were out of our league in that game 7 with the Kraken. But now you're like, okay, is it just a home ice advantage thing? Or is Vegas really that good? They had to go to OT to win both. So it's not like they've been winning by 2, 3, 4 goals in each, game. It's 4-3 game 1 OT. Second game, 3-2 OT. So you're going to get goals, but really it's going to come down to the goalie play. Who do you trust more? And I think Ottinger is the better goalie, but I think the firepower that we were able to get on the offense, at least for Vegas in front of its home fans, was pretty impressive. Can Adin Hill do it on the road? We'll find out. I'm excited to see how this all plays out. And, the more and more that I watch, these two teams, it's like, yeah, these are the two best, probably to a lot of people. But, as far as being the best overall top to bottom, but Florida is the hottest. And now their goalie has emerged as the best one left. So if Florida wins, which they will against Carolina, I really do think that the Cinderella story could be completed with them. If the Kraken would have overachieved, we wouldn't have been able to win it all this year. But that Florida team, they definitely, I feel in my eyes, if they end up going against either one, Vegas or Dallas, I like their chances, not only because they got the best goalie, but they're just playing the hottest right now. And it seems like if they lose Florida, right, they'll probably still push whoever it is that wins Vegas, more than likely over Dallas, to 6 or 7 games. So maybe we'll get a 7-game series, but hell, the way that Florida has been playing, is it that crazy to think that they can't go in there and win in 5 games or 6 games if they get there? Pretty impressive if you ask me. That's big facts. Let's go, baby. And then let's go to the Stars. Let's go. I know a lot of them right now, they know this is a must-win game, because if you go down 3-0, mentally, you're done, right? And these guys have firepower. I actually think their offensive players and their goalie is better than what Vegas has, but Vegas is really tough at home. They're the best team, obviously, there in the West. So you're kind of looking up at them. Not by that, it's not like they had that many more wins than you. You're just slightly behind, right? But you got Joe. Joe's got the ability to get 1 to 4 goals. We've seen him do it before. And if they're going to come back in this series in 4, 6, or 7 games, they have to win these 2 games at home. Not split. No, you got to be able to win these 2 games at home. Vegas won their 2. Now you got to win your 2 and let it be a best of 3 at the end. And a nice thing besides Joe just being amazing, right? You got Jason going now. Robertson, he had 40-plus goals in the regular season. He's finally scoring. Now, it hasn't led to necessarily maybe wins in every matchup that he's scored, but the assist started to come up a little bit, in that Kraken series. He actually got goals in this particular series, and that's good for them. And when obviously Robertson has been lacking, Hintz has stepped up. This has been probably the second best or most reliable player for the Stars besides Joe. Hintz is amazing. And then if he, obviously is a little slow and doesn't get goals, he'll assist for some. Then you got Jamie Benn, who every once in a while will get a goal. And then if it's not him, maybe it's Mason Marchment. And then if it's not him, maybe it's Wyatt Johnston. So it's like, I feel the firepower is heavier here, and you just have to be able to get some great goalie play. Ottinger will be able to give you that. But again, this is tough. Both teams have the firepower. But if I'm looking at like player for player, I think Dallas's roster, player for player, including goalie, is better than Vegas. But Vegas has shown you that they're scrappy. They're great at home. And, they know that they're the best, obviously in the West. And, obviously the Stars are looking up. But I know Dallas believes that they can win the Stanley Cup. They haven't won it since 1999. And they just have to get back. And, it's like in the other series, right? When you looked at Carolina, regardless if they would have won last night or not, they're not winning the East. Florida beat Boston, beat the shit out of Toronto. They're getting the shit beat out of them right now. Obviously, Florida's beating Carolina, and maybe Florida can keep going all the way, to the promised land. So, I mean, I'm not really sure how it's all going to play out, but Dallas is better than Carolina is. Dallas is actually a team that could win this series, but, to do that, they have to win these 2 games at home and probably go 7 games. And then have to find a way to win on the road in game 7, which will be very, very difficult, but not impossible. But, I think most people that have watched the series It seems like Vegas, Florida. And then, people were like, I'm going to bet on Vegas. I'm not sure if I would. We got to see how this series plays out first and how long it goes. But, Florida will have the rest, and I don't know if that'll help them or hurt them. But Sergei Bobrovsky has been the best. 3-0 record, 3 goals allowed. He's actually had the most shots saved within the, first, matchups of the playoffs. Up to this point, it was like 100 plus. Number 1 out of any goalie in the last 20, 30 years. They just showed the graphic about 5-10 minutes ago. So very exciting to see how it plays out, but I'm not going to count Dallas out just yet. Again, these next 2 games are critical. If they end up losing this next game right here and it's 3-0, they can go 3-1 and then probably lose in 5. But if they win this and somehow by a miracle can just have the fans really back them and they can win game 4, then I think it's anybody's game at that point. I really think if Dallas can win the next 2, they can end up winning it in 7, even though Vegas is the stronger team, at least at this point. But the Carolina one is done. That one's going to be a sweep. Florida, if Carolina wants to play with pride, then maybe it ends up being in 5. But they're having a hard time, going against Bobrovsky. So, they tried everything that they could, and they still couldn't even get 1 goal last night. So I'm not really sure how that's going to go, but we could end up getting a Florida sweep, and I'm really excited to see who's going to come out. Right now, it's Vegas, 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 but Dallas wins the next 2 games. Then who is it going to be? Then we really have a series, but I definitely think Dallas is not a pretender. I think they are the real deal. I don't think that they're a pretender. I think they are a contender. I think we had 3 contenders to win the Stanley when this started, and one of them was not Carolina. I thought Vegas and Dallas very evenly matched. Vegas will be the favorite because of the home ice, and we knew Florida was going to stay hot, and they've been electric. Let's go, baby. Let's go, baby. It's going to be a good one tonight, I have a feeling. Hayden Hill. Jake Ottinger. Not the same as Frederik Andersen and Sergei Bobrovsky, but, what can you do? Okay, baby. Let's go. I'm excited for tonight. And then, like I said, we'll see if the Heat will sweep Boston. And even if they don't, that more than likely, the way that the series has gone, Miami will win in 5. Like I said, you can kind of tell when teams believe and they're playing for each other, playing for the coach, playing for the city, or if they're just thinking about summer vacay. And, if this is the way that they think that Missoula is going to get fired, yeah, that might, point the finger at him, but it doesn't make you look good for your legacy giving up if you're Tatum, Brown, and the Celtics. Yeah, you're going to get the coach probably fired or they're going to get a new one, but it doesn't make you look very good or have people believe in you for the future when you did so well during the regular season and we thought Celtics, Bucks are going to win the championship, one of those 2 teams, as long as they stay healthy. But we haven't seen a lot of teams stay healthy in the playoffs. Baseball, MLB, basketball, NBA, and hockey, NHL, have all been really crazy, obviously in these last few months with a lot of underdogs. So I'm excited to see what happens tonight. Sarah's in the building. What's good? Let's get to 100 in donos. Quicksilver in the building. How are you, brother? Preston in the building. Dallas. She says Vegas. Elliot in the building. What's good, brother? How are you feeling? Are you a little bit better? I was just about to ask. Still sick? Hope you're feeling better, brother. Just get some Frank Ocean, some Kanye, get some tunes going, hang out with your boy. We're gonna get it going. Ooh, 104 temp. Damn, 104. He needs to go to the fucking hospital. Like anything you get like 101, 102 or higher, like that's when shit can like get very dangerous when you go above like 102 and how long it stays at that. He said, damn. Yeah. Yeah, true that. Well, it also depends too with, kids, people, and depends on how often you go out, to restaurants or places, you know what I mean? There are a lot of people out there that, they don't be washing their hands or they'll be sneezing or coughing and then touching a door handle. And then all of a sudden you touch the door handle and or eat your food without going to the bathroom and washing your hands first, something like that. Boom. And then you get sick, man. Yeah, but I hope both of y'all, I hope Preston's brother gets better and hopefully Elliot will get better as well. Nice. Nice. It's a good one, man. Like I've been trying to listen to it almost every day. And we'll keep up on the baseball scores here as well with the Dodgers. Sarah will keep up, obviously, with that. Anything with the Cardinals. And then Mariners play at 6:40. We're going to beat the A's again. Yeah, you can keep me up to date, Preston, on the Rangers as well. Still being in first place and dominating. Padres, you keep me updated with that as well. All right, there we go. NK says 4-0 Vegas. Are you talking? Are you talking about tonight, or are you talking about the series? You think the score is gonna? You think it's gonna be a sweep, 4-0, or do you think that's what the score is gonna be tonight? I don't think it's gonna be 4-0. I just want to see a good matchup. I'm a Kraken fan, but I just want to be able to see. I want to see this series actually go 7 games. I was praying that we would get, maybe 7 games in the NBA. With the Heat and the Celtics and the Lakers and Nuggets, but that's not happening. And then I was thinking, shit, well, this would be cool to have 7 games in these series, but Carolina's not good enough, and Bobrovsky's a fucking animal right now. That one's going to be a sweep or maybe Florida in 5. So the only one that really can go 6 or 7 games that have equally matched teams is this one, because I think Vegas is the number 1 seed, the better team, but Dallas, to me, they're scoring opportunities, their players that they have on offense, as well as their goalie, to me, are a little bit more skilled. But Vegas is so good at home. They're the number 1 seed. Obviously, I think Vegas has kind of lower names, than some of the Stars players, but it could definitely go either way. I got to go get my puppy so I don't have to RKO someone outside. So 1 sec here. Megan in the building. What to do? 4-0 sweep. I don't think it's going to be a 4-0 sweep. Dallas is too good. Yeah, I know they got stretched all the way out to Game 7 against the Kraken, but, look at the players that they have. Joe's a pretty popular player. Guy can get 1 to 4 goals. He's no scrub. Jason had 40-plus goals during the regular season, been kind of quiet, but starting to heat up. Hintz is a great player. I'm just looking at it from a greatness perspective, because if some of these players were on Vegas and you're a Vegas fan, it's not like you wouldn't want any of those guys. Jamie Benn is kind of a sleeper, right? Mason Marchment. You got Wyatt, who's obviously a good player as well. And honestly, I think Jake Ottinger is better than Aiden Hill. If you could swap Jake Ottinger and put him on Vegas, obviously you'd feel a little bit better about that, I think. I don't think Aiden Hill's terrible, but, he's probably the worst goalie out of the 4 that are left. And that's what concerns me, because if you're the worst goalie out of the 4 left, what is the opportunity of you winning it all? You could, if you have that strong offensive firepower in this, obviously matchup, right? And then obviously moving to Florida, but I don't think you're going to be able to score goals if you're Vegas and you move on as easily on Ottinger that when you're going to go against Bobrovsky, in my personal opinion. But Captain Jack Eichel is fantastic. They got a lot of guys that feed off each other. They're a sneaky kind of, home team on a mission as well. And it kind of feels like, Vegas, Florida. But again, this Game 3 is critical, because if Dallas wins, there's a chance that they could win Game 4 as well, and then we actually have a series that could go 6 or 7. But if Vegas wins 1 out of these 2 games in Dallas, it's automatically over. And that's a very strong possibility that could happen as well. But you just got to think Vegas is very good at home. Dallas is very good at home, right? Carolina, they kind of struggle, at home, on the road. You can't really count on them all the time. And I think Florida might be the best road team, that's in the playoffs right now. They win on the road, and sometimes they can go into your house, punch you in the mouth twice. Obviously Boston, Toronto, and it's pretty amazing to see, and obviously with Carolina as well, that you can go into someone else's building, be the lower seed like the Miami Heat, be like an 8 seed. You're hot though, and you can go into their building and win the first 2, and then you already know you got 2 pretty much layups at home after that. And even if you fumble the bag on one of them at home, you're going to be able to make up for it in that Game 5. So, the way that this is going, at first I was like, probably Vegas or Dallas is winning it all. But the more and more that I've been watching, I thought maybe Florida does it. We know Vegas and Dallas, whoever wins, will be favored. But should they be? Based on how Florida has played against every opponent, Boston, Toronto, Carolina. If you can beat those, shit, what makes me think you can't beat Dallas or Vegas? And if it ends up being Vegas, again, Aiden Hill, versus Sergei Bobrovsky, that's game over. I just don't think that Vegas would be able to necessarily match up for a long period of time there. But again, that's why we play these games, to be able to see, what the outcomes are going to be. So we will see what happens. But definitely not going to be a sweep, brother. At the very least, you got to give Dallas credit. They're not as bad as Carolina. If Carolina gets swept, that's one thing. But Dallas is too good not to win at least a game or two. All right, let me go check up on my puppy here real quick.
Work harder this summer. I'm going to come back on a mission next year to show you guys really what I'm all about. I think that's what they got to be inspired by. And a new voice behind the bench, of course, it's going to help because guys can relax and get excited. And then for everybody, when a new coach comes in, you got something to prove to him, to show the new coach what your value is. So you're all competing for a little bit more ice time and trying to get some special time.
Yeah. Looking forward to a resurgence out there in Calgary, especially as some of those individual players, I'm sure, it hurts them a bit to see some of their former teams, like the one down in sunny Florida, finding so much success. The Cats, they continue to bring the heat right now, one win away from the Stanley Cup Finals. We'll discuss next.
NHL Tonight is presented by Wendy's $3 breakfast deal. Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's.
All right, puppy's good. Let's go. Let's go, baby. I'm not sure if we're going to get an overtime matchup here today, but it should be good. All right, we got the basketball matchup here in about 23 minutes. Got to make sure I get everything set up here. Everyone keep me updated on everything MLB that's going on with your favorite team as well. And then I know Mariners will be on in a little bit, and then I'll be able to keep up with that, and hopefully we get another dub with Julio. He hasn't been very good this year. All-Star game is in Seattle. At least Kelenic has been killing it, but that's pretty much the only person. But maybe Julio can get going tonight. I'm really hoping so. We need you, Julio. They have the new Julios that just came out, trying to help out underprivileged children in his home country. They're selling them at Fred Meyer here locally in Oregon. Your boy's going to buy some. Kind of like when New Day did Bootios, Julios. Obviously I'm not going to open up the box. And if I ever can, go to a Mariner game and have him sign it, that, something like that, getting a cereal box autographed, something like that will be unique and different. So maybe that's what I'll do. But hopefully Jared will step up today because he's really like the only guy in the Mariners doing a whole lot for us. So Kelenic, let's go, baby. I'm counting on you. And we got a matchup here that we're going to have in just a couple moments. Let's go. Still had it on NHL Tonight, NHL Network. Come on, baby. Let's go.
I expect Dallas to come out flying, aggressive, hitting, agitating, all the little things it takes to win a game. They got to be feeling not bad about themselves last game because they did actually shut down.
Yeah, and you already know you're going to get goals scored in this matchup. The goalies are going to give up a little bit more. So I'm very curious to see how it all plays out. Game 1, OT, 4-3, Vegas at home. Game 2, 3-2. Vegas wins again at home in OT. I'm not sure if we're going to get a third game in overtime. But I imagine, again, if Dallas has any chance in this series, any chance, the crowd has to will them to victory. And Ottinger has to outplay Aiden Hill, period. So if you end up getting that to happen, then you might be able to win one out of the two games. If everything goes right, and you can take advantage of penalties, the power play, you got to get the first one today. And then if you can do that, then obviously that'll give Dallas fans and the organization belief that they can get that next one. But if you drop game 4 and it's 3-1, you're already done. Or if you drop this game and you go down 3-0, you're done as well, more than likely. So you got to find a way. If Dallas actually is a contender to win it all, you got to win these next two games and then just have a best of 3. And then whoever wins 2 out of 3, that's who's going to play Florida in the Stanley Cup. And honestly, it may not even matter between Dallas, or with Vegas. It might end up being Florida that wins it all, but we have to wait and see. And that's why we play these games and watch these games to see how everything plays out. Let's go, baby. I'm ready.
I think they've got to come out tonight with their hair on fire. Like, they really got to come out and take it to Vegas.
But if Vegas plays like they do, right, and they go into Dallas and they bully them around, kind of like how Florida does to Carolina, then there is a strong possibility if they win this, they could be swept. But I just still think Dallas is too talented to get swept. They're not on the same level as Carolina. If you actually look at their offensive players and their goalie, they have great players. It's not like their players, like if you go on the Carolina roster and look at their players, they got like 2 or 3 guys, but nobody is like, oh my God, You got Sebastian, hey ho, right? Nekus, you got a couple. I mean, Frederick Anderson's the best thing about that team, but they don't have as much offensive firepower, and that's why they have a hard time scoring goals. But with Dallas, I mean, Dallas has got enough talent on their offense. They can throw up 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 goals, which we've seen, right? And Ottinger's better than Adin Hill. So we'll see if the home ice crowd will make a difference, because that's the only way Dallas is going to be able to tie this series up or even have a possibility of winning and stretching it to 6 or 7. Otherwise, this will be probably done in 5. But we'll find out. We will see. And that's why I'm here.
Is so slim, right? It's razor thin. It shows you how close these two teams are.
Yeah, but I'm going for Florida, just as an outsider looking in. I have nothing against Vegas, the utmost respect. Dallas as well. I'm not going to be a hater just because they beat the Kraken. You know what I mean? I get it if a lot of Kraken fans are still upset. And it's hard to root for the team that beat you, period. I don't care what sport it is. You have passion. You have love for a team. You get beat by another team, especially if it goes 6 or 7 games and you lose. Chances are you're not rooting for that team to win it all. If anything, you're rooting for them to get their ass kicked against the next team. Or if they end up, beating you and then beating the next team, you hope, by the sports gods' luck that they lose in the Stanley and you don't have to look at them being champion and they had to go through your favorite team, like the Kraken or my favorite team. So, if Dallas ends up winning it all, good for them. But, I definitely would be more so rooting, not necessarily for Vegas either. I like the Cinderella story, so I'm going to be going for Florida in the series, just not being biased because I like Cinderella stories, but Kraken. All right, baby, let's go. Kraken, baby. Let's go. But like I said, to act like, if you're a Vegas fan or like a Seattle fan, like you wouldn't have Joe on your team, like you don't think Jason would be a nice addition, or Hintz. These guys are awesome. Based off those 3, that's a pretty fucking good triple threat. Actually, that's why I'm so shocked that they didn't even win 1 game out of the 2 in Vegas, but it shows you how important home ice is. And if the fans are engaged and they're going crazy, they can will you to a victory. And it's not like Dallas has gotten blown out. They lost by 1 fucking goal in overtime in both games. Like, to me, when I look at their players, player for player, you could argue that they have the most options for offense than any team that's left in the playoffs. But again, you're playing the number 1 seed in the West, so you're still going to have to look up at them. But I like their roster player for player better than Vegas's, honestly. I like Captain Jack Eichel, and I know that there's some good players here, but Adin Hill isn't good as Ottinger, right? Ottinger is the better goalie. If you had a choice as a Vegas fan to have either one, you're not choosing Adin Hill. Definitely not. Hell, obviously, with Anderson and Bobrovsky, those 2 are better also. But you can just tell the momentum and the flow has been all Vegas. But now we're in Dallas, and Dallas is good at home. So we'll see if that carries over in this particular matchup. And I'm hoping that we get at least 1 matchup, regardless if you're rooting for Dallas or for Vegas. We need a 7-game series. I don't want to see sweeps and everything. I got to have at least 1 series that feels special. And Dallas is better than Carolina, so they can win a game or 2. In my opinion, but will they? That's what we have to find out. Oh, yeah. Yeah, anytime you win an OT, for sure. I got nothing in there right now, so maybe we got to wait for it to go through. Oh, there it goes. There it is. Appreciate that. I need that. $10 holla. Thank you. Appreciate you. Well, it's like as a Kraken fan, when we were in Game 7 against Dallas, I knew that we weren't winning 100%. You know, it's like you can kind of tell when you're a little bit overmatched, and when you're not at home, you know, at a very key game at the end and you're young, sometimes you do fall a little short, and you got to live and you learn. You learn, you know, how it feels like to lose, and then you just try to get a little bit better the next year. $10 dono. Let's get to a hundo. Let's go. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Let's go, baby. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, boom, boom. Bang, bang. $10 holla. Obviously, rent money needs to be paid. Rent and bills. So thank you so much. It's very critical, obviously, these next few days as we get to Friday. So I'm hoping that we'll have a good enough days where I won't have to worry about that. All right, baby. Stars. Golden Knights. Let's go. Interested to see, obviously, shots on goal and, penalty minutes, hits to see who's aggressive. If Dallas is going to be the aggressive team, if Dallas can be aggressive right there, big check into the glass already. But Dallas knows that this is a must-win game. Right now, if you're Vegas, you're playing with house money. If you win or you lose, it doesn't fucking matter, right? But for Dallas, they have to win, because if you go down 3-0, you're not mentally going to be able to come back and win, 4 games. It's just not going to happen. You might be able to win a couple under desperation mode, but, a lot of times mentally, you go down 3-0, you're fucked. It's like, it's just too much to overcome. So, we'll see what the stat line looks like tonight, but, we have to be able to see shots on goal, who's going to be aggressive with the big hits, who's going to be able to win the most faceoffs. It has to be Dallas. And obviously, which goalie will play better. Both will give up goals. Both are good, but Ottinger is the better goalie. So we have to see if he can clean it up instead of give up, the amount of goals that he did in Game 1 and Game 2, where he ended up giving up 4 and 3. And there it is. There's another goal right there. Look at that. See, that's what Vegas is so good that even on the road, Ottinger he looks average, and he's not. To me, he's probably behind Anderson, and then Bobrovsky's number 1. But that's not a good look if you're a Dallas fan, you know what I mean, where this is a must-win game, but Vegas is so sneaky. Unbelievable. Look at the passing. They're just such a look at that. Look at this. This is unbelievable. Pass. Right here. He's like, let me get into the position here. Right here. I'll hit it with my hand. Right here. Pass. Boom. Unbelievable. 1-0. Vegas. And that's the thing. They might not have some of the names, but they are the number 1 seed for a reason. Oh, another goal almost. Wow. But again, this is going to be the series that has more goal scoring, which will be more exciting. The other series in the East is more defense, rebounding, trying to, scrap. They don't have as much talent to put up 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 goals. But obviously the goaltending is much better in the East. And right now the Dallas fans are like, damn, we know we're on the same level, than Vegas, but that's not the start that you want. Nice job by Vegas there. I see you. If you're a Stars fan, that's the last thing that you wanted to see happen. Marchessault, I see you, Jonathan. I did not expect a goal to come that quick. Uh-oh. 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 Chippy. Yeah, Jamie Benn, what are you doing? You're already down a fucking goal. What are you doing? And they'll start to realize this ain't the fucking Kraken that you're playing. I mean, this team is better. This is, and I think they are starting to realize that. They're like, well, we might have been able to beat up the Kraken, and it took us 7 games to beat them, but you found an opponent that's a little bit stronger than you. Uh-oh. Wow. I had to get a good one there of Jonathan. Jonathan Marchessault with the goal. 1-1-1 in the first period, assisted by Captain Jack Eichel and Ivan Barbashev. 1-0 Vegas. Let's go. And then Jamie Benn, what are you doing? Jamie. That's not the time when you're already at home and you're down. There's no reason for this. But again, emotions run high, and you're down 2-0 in the series, and then you just gave up a fucking goal. Ottinger, if you're going to play like that, there's no way that you're going to be able to win this series, let alone, you might get swept. And we know Ottinger's got a hell of a lot of talent. At some point, people thought, well, maybe he's better than Anderson or Bobrovsky. Nope. Not today. Not this series. You might be able to get a Stanley at some point, but looks like it's going to be Vegas and Florida more than likely. Ooh, right there. Stick to the jaw. Yeah, I'm going to be rooting for, and if Vegas ends up winning it all, it won't bother me. If Dallas wins it all and comes back, hell, they probably deserve it at that point. But, if Florida does it, that'll probably make me the most happiest, because that's kind of like the closest thing to like a Kraken story that we have right now. It took them a month to really work hard just to get to the playoffs and get in, and they've been the hottest team in the last month and a half. And maybe their luck runs out against the number 1 team, the Vegas Golden Knights, but there's also a possibility that they, do well. And imagine if they go to the Stanley Cup Finals and Florida's on the road and they win the first 2 games in Vegas, or they split. Then, Vegas obviously will be like, well, maybe it's not going to be as easy as we think. I'm excited. But again, it's not over yet. Not over yet. But Jamie Benn, what are you thinking? 5 minutes to him. Yes. Jamie Benn all the way to the locker room. Not a good decision. When you already checked him and he was already on the ground, it's like you don't think the ref is going to see that. You going down when he's already sliding on his back on the ground, right? And then you're just going to go down and jump on him like WWE style, AEW, and then slam the fucking stick into his chin or into his cheek, into his jaw. Come on, man. And he did it twice. Not a smart move. I know it's a penalty box. I was just joking. Vegas leads 2-0 in the series. 17:25 left in the first period. Vegas 1, Dallas 0. And it'll be interesting to see how goalie play pans out for the rest of this game. And the Dallas crowd is already out of it. So, of course, if it's already going to be like this, this one might be over sooner than we think, because the only way Dallas is going to be able to win this or game 4 is the crowd. The crowd has to will them, and they're already out of it. Hell, they got a goal scored on them within the first minute. If that's a number 1 strategy on how to win a matchup in the playoffs, when you're on the road and you're up 2-0, is doing exactly what they did. Yeah, seriously. Not smart. But, Vegas is playing with the house money, and right now they're hitting blackjack on everything that they're doing. I just want to see if they can, keep that going against a team like Florida, who's hotter than Vegas. So it's like Vegas has been a great team. They're solid, but their goalie, if it ends up being Aiden Hill and Bobrovsky, I just don't see how Vegas, obviously their offense would have to, turn it up, and they would have to expose Sergei, on Florida, but would that happen? Or would Florida's offensive players step up and Sergei ends up being the better goalie, then they can actually win it all? It's like they kind of have that X factor. I mean, if you got the better goalie, you definitely have an advantage, even if you are on the road. Florida's great on the road. It's like, hell, they got to start on the road. No problem. They've been going on the road in every series and winning both games. So we'll see. 2:40 left in the Vegas power play. Shit, if they go up 2-0 here, it might be night-night. Yeah, they're hitting the jackpot every time. But as good as Ottinger is, I'm very surprised he's given up as many. But again, you know, I think just the offensive firepower with these two teams. It's not like I think Ottinger, Aiden Hill are terrible. It's just that the offenses are so fucking good that, you know, you're not going to probably have a lot of 1-0 games or necessarily 2-1. They're just too fucking talented. You know, this is the offensive side of hockey. The East, that's more of the defense and then the better goalies there. They don't have as much firepower there, but the way that Florida has been playing, they got a hell of a lot more than Carolina does. So that's what makes me believe that, you know, if Florida actually makes it, which they will, to the Stanley Cup over Carolina, that they legitimately will have a shot against either one of these teams. But realistically, Vegas, it seems like, is the stronger team and the team that more than likely will win this series. Hopefully Dallas, for their sake and their fans, they don't get swept. 2-on-1. Oh, the rebound was there. The rebound was there for Dallas. Good save. Good save. Oh, and there it is. 2-0 Vegas. And then bye-bye. I guess that's it for Dallas. You tried to do your best, you know, but you just found the team that's better than you. And Vegas 2, Dallas 0, Vegas, Florida, Stanley Cup. Now, I don't know how it would end up going, but hopefully we get some magic where, you know, both teams do great and we can end up getting a Vegas-Florida 7-game series or at least 6, you know, and we see whatever team ends up flexing at the end. But, wow. You know, Ottinger, you know, I thought you were maybe close to Frederick, but you're not. You know, you're not, bud. Oh, brutal, brutal, brutal. That's rough. And at home. Now there's going to be people that are going to be leaving early. Nobody's cheering. Nobody's waving a towel. Everyone's like, fuck, well, let's just go to game 4 now. Nice save by Ottinger. Oh, man. There we go. They said, hey, recognize. And I think we are. We are. We're seeing it right here firsthand. And a must-win game, and you still can't do it. Kind of like Denver beating the Lakers. The Lakers know what they were up against, you know, and they tried everything they could. Hell, they had LeBron ball hug it, you know, in game 4, and they still couldn't win. And that's kind of what we're getting to right here. Dallas is a good team. They're better than Carolina, but they're just not on the same level as Vegas and Florida. It's clear. Wow. Amazing. Did not see that. I mean, I figured the goals were going to come, you know, spread out throughout the game, but I didn't think that Dallas was just going to lay over and die within the first fucking 7 minutes of the first period. And you just, with the fans are fucking dead. Look at them. Everyone's on their phone. No one's cheering. They're like, fuck my life, huh? Okay, well. And again, it also lets them know that this is not the Kraken, you know, Dallas. This is not Kraken, okay? You're going against the 1 seed. You are the favored team in the other series. Now you're the underdog, and then they're starting to realize, like, hell, you know, Ottinger maybe isn't as good as we thought, and Vegas is hot here. So, Matt in the building, what to do? Keep me posted on all the scores as well. Man, killing it today. I got to get another photo of Ivan up here, Barbashev. Oh, another one. Oh, baby, 3-0. Jonathan Marchessault, Ivan Barbashev, William Carrier. My goodness, I didn't even have time to pull up the photo of the second goal, and now we have 3. Uh-oh, Dallas. Uh-oh. Get the tissues. Get the tissues. Get the tissues. Uh-oh. 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 They're like, oh, dog, you got to get the barber chef up there. I am. Ottinger, bye-bye. Ottinger, bye-bye. Played good against the Kraken. Now you're getting replaced. That's embarrassing. The series is already over just based off that right there. Wow. At home. The first game at home. That's supposed to be your best effort. That is supposed to be the best effort. Oh, my God. Jonathan with the first goal. Ivan with the second goal. My goodness. I got the Wedgwood photo already, too. He ain't going to be able to turn this shit around. This shit is over. If anything, they're going to probably get to 6 or 7 goals tonight. Ivan Babashev power play, assisted Nicholas Roy, 2-0. And then we're now at 3-0. William Carrier, assisted by Teddy Bluger and Keegan Kessler. 3-0, Vegas. My goodness. Is this what we're seeing? Jonathan, Ivan, William. All right. Might not be as popular as Joe, Jason, or Hintz, but it don't matter. My goodness. 3-0. All right, Golden Knights. They're like, we're determined to win it all. And, like I said, we see that. You're going to be the favorite. You're the number one. You're going to have, home ice. But again, if Florida comes in there and wins the first 2 or splits, then they legitimately have a shot. Now, if Vegas is at home against Florida and Vegas wins the first 2, then they're probably going to win it all at that point. But, just based off the way that it's gone. But, what we've seen so far is that they can go into anybody's house, Florida, and win the first 2 or split. But again, Vegas is another animal. Man, unbelievable. All right, before the game started, and we've only been in, 8 minutes in, and it's already fucking, what? 3-0. Yep, that's what it is. Even, like I said, even if you're a Vegas fan, you're shocked. Let's be honest. This is not what anyone expected. We thought that, maybe you would have 3 goals at some point, but not this quick. And obviously Dallas not giving up one. And on top of that, you made them bench their goalie already, which he was probably going to give up 10 goals tonight if you kept him in. Wow. And if anything, it's like, when you have a starting pitcher that gets roughed up, right? And then you have to end up putting in like a mid reliever, and then he fucking sucks even worse. There is a possibility that something like that might happen here. So where he might be worse. And this one's already a done deal. You're not coming back from this one. Ottinger, bye-bye. Hello, Scott Wedgwood. And again, like I said, I don't think Aiden Hill really is like that good, but obviously if you're not having that many shots on goal coming at you, and obviously Captain Jack Eichel and the rest of the team is putting on the pressure, then fuck, you don't got to worry about it because you're not having to save as many shots on goal. The offense is helping you out. Captain Jack, Jonathan, Ivan, William, they're like, don't worry. You're not going to have 60 shots on you. You'll probably have a few, but we'll be the offensive team. But Aiden's got good size. It's 6'4", 215. He's 27. So it's not like I'm saying that he's a scrub, but I think that he's just as vulnerable as Ottinger. Does Dallas needs to get aggressive and get some good shots on goal. But now, nice save by Hill. Oh, good. Yeah, I got it on here as well. And just the way that the series has gone, so far, I think that's what's most like alarming, you know. I mean, both games went to OT. So it's like, okay. And then you assumed if Dallas is a contender and they're not like fucking Carolina and a pretender, right? That they would come out and play the best fucking possible hockey in front of their fans, try to score, in the first period to get the crowd going, right? And then just hope that Ottinger, and Hill, they just go back and forth and they'll probably give up a couple goals each, but we might end up having like a 4-3 or 4-2 game. That's what Dallas was thinking, that they were going to get their best performance tonight in front of the fans. And when you get a goal first on the road, the crowd gets quiet. When you get another one, they really get quiet. Now everyone wants a refund and they're wondering what's for dinner and how the hell did I get out of this parking? And what's the price for the Game 4 ticket? And do we keep it or do we sell it? I mean, that's kind of the mindset now. And can Dallas score a couple goals to get back in this? Yeah. But realistically, I mean, Vegas is pacing for, 6 or 7? And I don't think Wedgwood is good enough to be able to do, hold them to nothing the rest of the matchup. I don't think that's happening. There's no way in hell it's going to stay 3-0 for the rest of the game. I would be highly unlikely. So, all right, Vegas, I see you. You got the eyes on the prize, but there's one team that might be your kryptonite, the hottest team in hockey. But still, even with that being said, a lot of people are still going to be rolling with Vegas. I like the Cinderella story. I won't really care either way. Obviously Vegas, if they win, then they're, going to show that, hey, we're kind of like the Avalanche. We're the real deal, right? And then Florida, that's just going to be like that story. Once out of every 20 years, you have some like crazy underdog story. Will this be it? Because it's not going to happen often where you get a low seed that ends up being the hottest team in hockey all the way through and then wins it all. It's not impossible, but it's not something that's common. And again, if you do see the scenario happen again, then they'll usually lose in the East-West final or in the Stanley Cup. A lot of times they get far, but they just don't end up winning it all. The luck runs out, and then they end up, facing someone that is just as good as them, if not better, and maybe the goalie, and the defense are not as good as they were up to that point, and then you just slightly lose. So, yeah, that's sad. Dallas trying to go 1-on-4, not going to happen. 8 shots on goal for Vegas, 3 goals. Ridiculoso. 10-6, Boston in the NBA. 5 hits for Dallas, 2 for Vegas. Faceoffs 1, Dallas 8, Vegas 3. Penalty minutes, Dallas 15, Vegas 0. I mean, you already fucked yourself right there after that Jamie Benn penalty. Just for that happening, that already led to another couple goals. Stupid. Delayed penalty. Tripping. Yeah, unfortunate, that it's already over, already more than likely. Yeah, there could be a little bit of a rally, but obviously, having to pull Ottinger and now you have Wedgwood in there. And even if he does pretty good, right, chances are he's still going to give up a goal or 2. So that means that Vegas will probably be at the very, very bare minimum 4 or 5. Maybe as high as 6 to 8, right? And then what would Dallas be able to do even if they got on a little bit of a roll? I mean, I don't know. I mean, the most I could see Dallas scoring in this game, if everything went right, 2 or 3, and you're still losing by 2 or 3 goals. So on to Game 4, but hopefully Dallas has a little bit of fight in them, because the more fight they show in Game 3, that means that they'll actually have a shot to win Game 4. If they just roll over and die, then they're probably going to get swept. So you'll be able to learn a lot about a team based off their body language and, if they actually try to fight. Because even though you lose the game, if you end up putting up 4 goals, in this and you lose 5-4, they'll be confident that they can at least extend the series and not look like a fucking idiot and get swept, right? But if that ends up being 5-1, you already know what more than likely will happen. It's, if the crowd can't get behind them in Game 3, what are they going to do in Game 4? And I think Dallas is realizing they're not playing the Kraken anymore. They're playing someone a little bit better, unfortunately for them. So. No, I hear you. Tyler in the building. What's good, brother? Appreciate that. Odin Son, $2.30. Every dollar counts. I appreciate that. Doesn't matter if it's 99 cents or 1,300. We'll, anything in between will be good. Bang, 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 boom, boom, boom. Bang, bang. Odin Son, my boy. Appreciate you. Thank you much, brother. Thank you so much. Sarah with another tenner. She's trying to do the dono train to help me out. Hell, rent is expensive, so you know how that goes. Rent money, baby. $10 holla. Appreciate you. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, boom, boom. Bang, bang. Appreciate you. $10 holla. Let me know what everyone wants to see for photos when we get to an intermission. $22. Let's get to a hundo. Definitely need to have those things taken care of, and hopefully we can get some goats to come through to support between now and Friday. I hate paying things late no matter what they are, but, sometimes in life things are a little rough, right? And it's not about, blowing money and being in a fuck situation. Sometimes it's just not having enough at that point until you get to a point where you do. So appreciate you, man. Thank you for the dono. It'll be cheaper to live in Oregon than it is in Hawaii, Matt. 3-0 Vegas. Sorry to hear that, brother. Good to see you, though. What Dallas needs is back-to-back goals in the second period. Hope that Vegas doesn't put up another one. And if they can get it to 3-2, yeah, they're probably still going to lose, but at least it'll be more exciting of a game than us just being like, well, it's going to be 5-0, 6-1. So, I'm kind of hoping that the scoring stops for Vegas, and then we can get back-to-back goals with Dallas to at least make it kind of interesting, because I know that one hit the fucking bar. Tyler with a $5. No problem. I know you always support when you can. $5 holla from Tyler. Appreciate you. Bang, 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 boom, boom, boom. Bang, bang. Appreciate you. $5 holla. Appreciate you, Tyler. Let me know what you guys want to see for photos once we get to intermission, and then I will be able to take care of you guys. Yes, thanks, Tyler. Appreciate that. Appreciate you, Odin, as well. Wow. Water heater, shed, porch. Man, you've had a day, brother. Handsome fella. Brother. The best beard in the business, Odin Son. Hardcore champion. 7:30 left in the first period. Power play about to end. And it all started with Jamie Benn being a fucking moron. If he just would have, checked the player and let him go and slide on his back on the ice for like 10 feet. No, of course he has to jump on top of him and then try to jam his stick right into his face and, push his head into the ice twice while the ref is just looking at him. That was the beginning of the end. At that point, it was 1-0. Then bang, bang, 2-0, 3-0. So hopefully they learned from that. Uma in the building. What to do? The Pirate Girl. 3-0 Vegas. 6:45 left in the first period. It's been all Vegas all day. And like I said, if you didn't know better, you would think that the game is being played in Vegas based off the score. Crowd is just completely out of it. And like I said, it's like when I watch Edmonton, in that series when I think it was Edmonton and was it Carolina? You could kind of tell, kind of towards the end, you're like, well, it was here. It was Vegas, but kind of towards the end when they were in Edmonton. And that matchup that was in the playoffs, crowd is completely out of it, completely dead. I mean, You have to be able to be rowdy. I mean, this isn't just the beginning. This is the East and West final. But again, when you're getting punched in the face consistently, and you're at home, now the only way that you can really find a way to get back in here is, try to take advantage on the penalty side and trying to get Vegas, and get into the power play a couple times and then capitalize there, like on a 5-on-4 or 5-on-3 situation. But can't believe it's 3-0 already. Hope everyone is doing well. That's what makes sports interesting. You just never know what you're going to get. I guarantee no one fucking thought, nice save. I got you, Wedgwood. Ottinger getting replaced in the first period. What will Wedgwood do? We will find out. All right, what do we want to do for photos for some of y'all? Got a little bit of a commercial break here. Keep me updated on baseball scores, and I'm watching the basketball game right now as we speak. 18-15 Miami. So we'll see if Spoelstra can kind of cement himself as one of the top 5 coaches in the NBA, most overlooked, underrated. I mean, they've only had 3 different coaches on the Heat in the last 25 years or so. So that's pretty amazing, right? You had a Van Gundy, you had Pat Riley, and now Spoelstra. So, all right, brother, I appreciate you. You end up having a beer or some edibles, and you take it easy. I'll be here for the next few hours. So if you decide to come back, I'll be here. And then if not, then I'll maybe see you tomorrow. Wayne Gretzky. All right, let's do some Wayne. Some Wayne. I like it that he's on the pre-show. It's very cool.
Welcome back to Dallas here with Vegas coach Bruce Cassidy. Bruce, how do you explain the start?
Well, we tried to stick to our game early. We got it behind him. We got a couple of forecheck turnovers. We get some ozone play. We get rewarded. So here's for the guys to do.
He's like, yeah, we fucked him up because we're Vegas and we're the better team.
What's your biggest challenge now?
He's like, nothing. We're going to fucking win it all. We're the best. These Dallas fans behind. Mocking the coach in the interview. Well, that ain't going to help you score goals, buddy. In the front row. Wow. 42-3 record when they score 3 or more goals. That's kind of good. Like this guy. You're never going to have a player better than this guy ever. Period. That's the benefit of growing up in the 80s and 90s. Gang. Let's go. Oh, Stars in playoffs. How many comeback wins do they have? 0. That's rough. I feel that Dallas fans are going to disappear faster than the Saints fans when they had a shitty season last year. It's like, it's all good talking all that shit when you're beating the Kraken and everyone else, but now you're getting your ass kicked and now everyone's quiet. They're disappeared. They're in the closet. The game's turned off. They're punching the wall. They're like, fuck. Well, what did you think? I mean, did you really think that you were going to beat Vegas? I think some Dallas fans did, or at least pushed it to 6 or 7 and not get embarrassed like this, but you're only going to go as far as Ottinger is going to take you. So. No fights with the park manager, Odin. (22-15) Miami. And think about how many undrafted players they have on the bench. That's what's really impressive. It's not just Jimmy Butler and Bam Adebayo. You know, it's a collective unit and just the belief that sometimes as an 8 seed or a 7 seed and no one believes in you and you're kind of like a wild card team in the NFL, but you get hot at the right time and nothing is going to stop you. You're just, driven and everything is kind of, the ball is bouncing in your favor. Everything is just working out. and typically you have good coaching when that happens, and you have good bench play. And if you have good coaching and good bench play, again, we could also see, I know it's crazy to think that Miami got this far, and maybe their luck will run out when they play Denver, because that's kind of the similar situation. Denver Nuggets are like the Vegas Golden Knights. They're the best. We know that. Does Florida and Miami have a shot if they get there? Yeah, because they're there. But, I think Florida probably would have a better chance winning it all rather than the Miami Heat. No disrespect to Miami, but the Joker is the best in the world. I don't think Vegas has anyone that's best in the world on their roster. You know what I mean? I think that's the difference. And Florida's got the better goalie, and they're the hottest team. So, we'll have to wait and see how it all plays out and whatnot. But that's some, there we go. That's some facts right here. Mic drop. My boy, Elliot. It's my boy. $3 holla. Every dollar counts, baby. Bang, 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 boom, boom, boom. Bang, bang. Appreciate you. We'll get some more Wayne Gretzky and some other photos here. Bang, baby. Yeah, I ended up listening to some of my favorite songs. Normally I'll just listen to Pandora, but I had to go on YouTube. So usually my rotation of songs that get me emotional or like motivated, obviously Kanye West, I Wonder, from obviously the OG album. Love that song. Biggie Smalls, Juicy. I can sing that word for word. That one, it's like if I end up dying, and there's going to be certain songs at like my funeral, there's a few of them, that are real special to me. But I Wonder, Kanye West, Biggie Smalls, obviously Juicy. And then I really, really love Warren G and Nate Dogg. Nobody Does It Better. Those are like my top three. Like I'm going to listen to E40. I'm going to listen to Drake, on the Pandora channel, and then the Aziz Ansari stand-up channel, which will have a bunch of like comedic little skits from their stand-up and whatnot. But those three, if those three don't get you fired up, I don't know what the hell will. Those ones are a little bit of old, a little bit of new, but I love those three. No, he's talking about the Miami Heat. Yeah. And like I said, Dallas has the firepower to get goals. We've seen them do it in every series in the playoffs. Like I said, it's not like they're like this shitty team. I feel like really their liability is their goaltending. You know what I mean? But if you actually look at their players, to act like they're just like this terrible, terrible team, they're not. I mean, we've seen what they did against the Kraken. Joe can score 4 or 5 goals himself. Jason's been going as of late. And Hintz has been amazing. So, I mean, just those three alone. And then you got Wyatt on top of that. So, but they got fucked right here, Ottinger. And now you got Wedgwood, who's maybe Wedgwood will do better, but I'd be shocked if Wedgwood doesn't give up at least one, Wow. Dallas getting a little bit more aggressive here. But again, the only way Dallas has a shot to get back into this, they don't score here. They keep Vegas at 3. They get 2 goals in the second period, and they get it to 3-2. Then anything is possible. But, 1 doesn't do enough. But if they can go bang, bang, they get 1. And then like a minute later, they get another cheap one off like a deflection or power play. Then this game will be real. But until that happens, we already kind of see this series going 3-0 Vegas, which it probably still will. But that's the formula that I would be looking at if I'm Dallas. Like, all right, fuck everything. We're the underdog. Let's just try to get 2 goals in the second period, anything that we can, or at least 1, and it's 3-1. Then get 1 early in the third period, 3-2, and then just see how it all plays out. But it hit the crossbar. They've had 2 hit the crossbar, I think, by Jason. Wow. Yeah, if Dallas thought this was going to be easy, like going against the Kraken, not so fast. That's why it's always good to kind of be humble and not a big shit talker, no matter how good your team is, because it just seems like the sports gods, if you're overly talking shit on like social media or just in general, like, like with the Eagles fans, with the TikTok and all the other bullshit, I was like, you guys are being really extra, and if you do that, I mean, there's a good chance you guys don't win it all. And they laughed it off. Nah, we're the best. They didn't win. And hopefully their defense can get better. They do have a chance to win a Super Bowl in the next 5 years, but again, they need better defensive players if they're going to, be able to beat a Mahomes or a Josh Allen type of player or a Burrow. 11 shots on goal for Dallas, 10 for Vegas. 20 seconds to go. Dallas 11 hits, Vegas 4. Faceoffs 1, Dallas 12, Vegas 7, and penalty minutes Dallas 15, Vegas 2. That's the big deal. End of the first period. Vegas 3, Dallas 0. Let's get into some photos. Well, if you're a Stars fan, that's exactly how you don't win a game 3 at home. All right. So let's go to the TNT, I guess, here, and I'll watch a little bit of this basketball while we're waiting, because I got to wait for the Mariners for another 40 minutes. So what do we got for baseball? Ooh, Dodgers Braves is on. Ooh, I'll watch that instead. I already got the basketball game on the computer, so let's watch as much as we can. So let's fucking do that. All right, Dodgers Braves. Fucking A. Dodgers 4, Braves 1. Strider's on the mound. Okay, here we go. Preston switched teams. He said, I had too much stress today. He's like, I was a Dallas fan. He said, Dallas. Now, I'm here. Go Vegas. Hey, you got to be on a winning side somehow.
He probably hasn't said a word for the first hour and a half of this game, and now he won't be able to stop talking for the rest of the game.
Go through some of the photos here, and then we'll get some new ones up. Now we're watching, I got the Dodgers and Braves here on, what channel is this? TBS. And we're just waiting for intermission. I also got the basketball game on the computer here as well, 29-20 Heat. And we'll be throwing up some photos for the donations that we've gotten up to this point. Let's go, Dodgers. Yeah, what a shame for Ottinger to get roughed up like that. All right, Vegas. Before the game, after the first period. 3. Very nice. All right, Captain Jack. They're determined. Just like Florida. I got Bob Costas on the mic.
The Dodgers have a 13 of their own in Max Muncy.
All right, Vegas, I see you. Yeah, if I wasn't doing the hockey games, hell, I would have done this Dodgers Braves probably. Either this one or the Mariner game, but probably this one because the matchup is better. Two teams that actually have a chance to go on a deep run and maybe even win a World Series or at least get there. I mean, I don't think the Dodgers are on the same level as the Braves this year. You know, like they're not as good as them, but things can change once we get into summertime. Yeah. Well, also, too, they gave up on the coach. You know, they gave up on themselves. And, you know, like I said, they're just, they already mentally are out of it. They moved on. It's like no matter what you do, when you're down 3-0, if not everyone believes that you're going to win that game, you're not. You know what I mean? You have to have everyone on board. So maybe like with the Lakers, LeBron was on board, but not everyone else was, and then if you have that doubt, you're never going to be able to get the best out of your guys in that one single game. And that's why some people are really mentally tough and others, they, aren't, period. So, ooh, 15-1. Yeah. Well, he had that one game of like 25 and whatnot. So said all the grapes. And then you guys will give me a holler once the period starts to go over, and I'll flip it. And we'll go over some photos here. What else do you want to see besides Wayne Gretzky? Anything else besides? I'll get you a few Wayne Gretzkys, and then if there's anything else that you're looking at. $10Ks for Strider. Woo!
Fourth double-digit strikeout game for Strider this year.
I like the old stuff. Obviously people remember him with being on the Kings, but the old stuff, right? When the very beginning from him is always the coolest to me.
His catcher, Sean Murphy, won a Gold Glove in Oakland a couple of years ago.
When Wayne Gretzky went to the Kings, he like turned into Darth Vader. It's like going from like being like in the bright colors, and then as soon as he went to the Kings, it was like the dark side. It's like the face wrestler, and then he went heel, like NWO.
We always say so. Liberty Mutual customizes your car insurance.
They only pay for what you need.
That's my boy. And you get out there and you make us proud, huh?
Bye, Uncle.
Stay off the freeways. Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, liberty, liberty.
It was 1995, and something was brewing at Coors Field. What a price tonight! Do you see this? This is history. A player this good only comes around once in a blue moon. Blue Moon was born in a ballpark, brewed by the spirit of baseball. At Lowe's, you find products from veteran-owned businesses all throughout our store. 26,000 veterans and military spouses work here. And our no annual limit discount program saves military members and spouses 10% every day of the year. At Lowe's, our dedication to you is limitless.
The Wells Fargo Active Cash Card. Earn 2% cash back on what you want, like a vintage turntable, so you can get back in the vibe.
Nice choice.
This is a cool one.
If you add 2% cash back on what you need, like a new needle for your record player. If you the Wells Fargo Active Cash Credit Card, that's
Raised down 20-1.
Roll that beautiful bean footage. You got the force field.
I did not. I'll have to scroll up.
No matter your cookout plate strategy, Bush's baked beans make burgers taste better. I love me a saucy sheriff.
All the fruits. I actually had a fruit shake today. That's kind of funny that you said that. I went to go visit my my mom today, and Paisley obviously has a lot of energy and whatnot. And when my mom usually doesn't like to have pets inside the house and whatnot, just the kind of Asian tradition type stuff. Shoes off and very clean about certain things. But she just wiped off her paws and went inside for a little bit and hung out and got a couple little pastries, and we hung out obviously for kind of a belated Mother's Day thing, just real quick, but just try to hang out for a couple minutes, and then came back, and then we went on multiple walks today early this morning, and then before I started recording, so try to get her all the exercise that she can get. Dodgers 4, Braves 1. Miami 31, Celtics 23. It almost looks like that's going to be a sweep as well. She's good. She's, getting up there in age, most people's moms, depending on, when they had you as a kid, I had kind of some of the oldest parents, when I was growing up. I think my mom was 40 when she had me, and my dad, I think, was like in his 30s and stuff. So now my mom is kind of like in that kind of grandma age already. So she's getting up there and stuff. So, but she's still going and stuff. She's still in good spirits and whatnot. Always asks if I'm still doing the dream project, which obviously I am. And I tried to show her a few things, even though she doesn't really know how to use a lot of the technology and whatnot. But she's doing good. How about your mom? How's your mom doing, Elliot? Hopefully your family is doing okay. I know you're feeling a little sick. Hopefully you get a little bit better. Bottom of the 6th, Dodgers 4, Braves 1. And that's with Strider with, 10 some Ks or something? Wow. Let me look here. Trying to see how the runs were scored. Strider had fucking 11 Ks, and they lost 4-1 at this point, or losing 4-1. Wow. Smith singled to center. Betts scored 1-0. Riley doubled to center. Murphy scored on an error. Riley safe at third. Throwing error by Rojas, 1-1. Hayward homered. Wow. 2-1. And Smith doubled to left. Rojas and Betts scored. Freeman at third, 4-1. That's rough. I mean, you have a guy that's one of the best in the world, and he gets 11 Ks, and then you fucking lose 4-1, or at least that's when you go out. It's 4-1. We'll see if they can get a little bit of a rally here, but that's tough. 33-29 Heat. Good. I'm glad your mom's doing better. But as you can see, regardless if you're a fan of, certain sports, but even the players, give up, the coaches give up. And it's like, for all the people trying to defend the NBA, thinking it's still a really, really good product. I mean, is it though? It's something to watch. It's something to keep up on. But the overall product does not give you the same excitement that it used to. I don't think that's not, too crazy to say. How many people were really interested in this Nuggets-Lakers series, honestly, besides Nuggets and Laker fans? And how many people were interested in this one? And obviously maybe in the first couple games you were interested until you saw Miami punch him in the fucking mouth. And then you're like, well, now this one is you watch it, cool. If not, you can just see the highlights on Instagram or Twitter. Well, we got Dodgers here. I got Mariners coming on in a half hour, which is good. And then I imagine we're going to get going here in the second period in a moment.
Had a couple of hits last night to raise his career mark in 15 games. True, relatively small sample, but career mark to 444, where the real damage was done was in the LCS.
I'm going back to hockey real quick.
Game 3.
That's what you got to do. Life of a sport fan, watching multiple things every day. Can't just watch one game. It has to be multiple.
endlessly searching for a new job, but it means you're missing out on everything else. I need Indeed. Indeed, you do. Create a free Indeed account and get into the fun.
But I'm telling you, man, Elliot, if you were our age, if you were up there and you were like 35 or older or 40, you would just be disgusted with this product, compared to, you hear people talking about it, with even like the Kobe and the Iverson and the Shaq era, or even going further back, with what we grew up with. Like if Magic or Bird or Barkley or Malone or Drexler or Jordan were playing today, the excitement level, even the jobber players were better back then. Or like the shooters, like the guys that were third, fourth, fifth best on the team, they were better. The benches were better. The role players were better. You got guys like Hersey Hawkins and Del Curry, Steph's dad. They weren't famous. They weren't all-stars, but they could still throw up 20 or 30 points as like the fourth best on the team. How often do you see that now? It's you don't see that. The quality of the game has definitely been a downgrade. There still are matchups that are intriguing. There's still some games that end up being good, some great, but I think the lack of overall superstars and just the way the overall the game is portrayed, I wish defense was a little bit better. I wish centers didn't shoot threes. I wish that, these guys wouldn't be such pussies with the load management. There's guys that used to wear neck braces and they would just keep playing. Like you get a guy that's got like a hangnail and he's out for 2 games. It's just ridiculous, man. Play. You get paid all this money. It's the whole, Kawhi Leonard and the load management stuff is crap, man. Like a lot of these people, like including Kobe would be rolling in his grave and rolling his eyes to see this product that the NBA has turned into. Not only the NBA All-Star Weekend, but the NBA in general. And the NBA All-Star Game should go back to Eastern Conference, Western Conference. This bullshit where they have Team Giannis and Team LeBron is the dumbest shit ever. It doesn't get people to watch it. It doesn't make the kids want to watch it more. If anything, you want to get the NBA to be back, you got to get the old school fans back, not the fucking kids. The kids aren't buying the fucking merch. The parents are. The parents are buying the tickets. The older people are buying the merch. You got to be able to, if you want the ratings, you got to be able to make the product better. Get actually the best athletes to be in the dunk contest. Actually make it worthwhile instead of just an exhibition. Have it be in real game. The winner, the winning team, they get like an extra X amount of dollars, 25 or 50,000 or 100,000, and then they can donate to charity or keep it for themselves, whatever they want. They just have to have some kind of incentive, or home court advantage in the finals, and then that'll get them motivated, But they just need to change all that up. Like anyone that, and then like going from like the rookie sophomores to USA versus international, even that game starting it off, they need to keep the format the way that it was. That shit was working and it was good. Rookie sophomore or international USA, what I mean? Now it's all fucked up with these 3-on-3, 4-on-4, and there's like 4 different teams. Stupid, 3-point contest, it even doesn't have the same kind of feel. Dunk contest, you got no-name guys that are in it typically. And the skills competition is okay. But, as far as like All-Star Weekend festivities, it's an embarrassment. And once we see the All-Star Game in Seattle, you'll see what All-Star Game festivities are supposed to be like. And baseball is by far the best. Home Run Derby in Seattle and the All-Star Game, I'm a little sad that I won't be able to go, but my friends are going, so. Warriors and the Cavs, yeah. Or if you go back in the last, 15 or 20, even Kobe, towards the end of his career, if you want to go back, about 15 years, late 2000, you got the early 2000s, he had the 3-peat, and then towards the end, 2007, 2008, 2009, 2010, 11, kind of towards the end. But, yeah. All right, here we go. We're getting into the second period. Keep me posted on everything else that's going on. 37-34 Celtics. All right. Come on, baby. Very nice. All right, Dallas, this is your period. Again, I'm not trying to talk it into existence. But again, if you want to come back in this game, they have to get 2 goals in this period. Obviously, if you get more than that, then fantastic. But 2. You have to get it to 3-2. You get it to 3-2, then the players will start believing, the fans will start believing. You're still going to lose the series, but at least you can not be embarrassed. But again, being down 3 is, you might as well be down 6. That's how it feels. So. Are those the worst people in sports? There's a lot of people that are horrible. I just try to be one of the good ones, except I'm not famous yet. But I think that if, we ended up getting onto a bigger platform, with another company or podcast or partnership or just got, a fair chance to be seen by sports fans on YouTube of all ages and genders and all fans of all kinds of sports, you already know what would happen. I mean, there's a reason why people are afraid to collab. They don't want me to, steal away all their people, all their mods, all their heavy hitters. The threat is real. It shouldn't be. We can all grow together, but again, I'm not fake, you know what I mean? And I think people are threatened because they see what we're doing here with limited people. If we end up getting a big crowd, the possibilities are limitless. That's for damn sure. Got a great community too, It's not just me. It's all y'all that make it special too. 3-0 Vegas up on Dallas. 18 minutes left in the second period. Yeah. Well, it's a true basketball series with the Nuggets and Heat. No social media bullshit. No Austin Reeves eats Wheaties for breakfast headline on ESPN if the Lakers ended up making the finals. Like, I don't need to see that. It's not, you know what ESPN does when they get so desperate for news when it's not NFL season and they have these like dumbass headlines. Cardinals win. Nice. Right. I just never thought the NBA would be my favorite as a kid, and it's like last, like 6th or 7th out of like my, my pecking order from like NFL, college football, wrestling, AEW, WWE, and then MLB and NASCAR and NHL. And then at the very, 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 very bottom, there's college basketball and NBA. And college basketball regular season, it's tough. But I think March Madness is easier to watch unless you have a favorite team. Like if you're a Duke or North Carolina or, you have a team, then it's easy. But if you don't have a team in college basketball, what's going to make you watch college basketball all day, all night? I mean, no one's going to do it unless you're betting. You're trying to win money if you don't have a favorite team, right? On the NBA side, I can watch Blazers regardless if they play good or bad because I've been following them my whole life. And, I know everything about them. But then besides the Blazers, I mean, there's only a few teams that are watchable to me, like Warriors, Celtics, Bucks, Sixers. You know what I mean? It's like maybe 5 teams out of 30 that I could actually kind of watch. And now am I going to enjoy it? Probably not. I enjoy the Blazers, but, All right, sounds good. At least sensitive. I don't think Duck fans are most sensitive. That's funny that they have them on there. We know what we are. You know what I mean? Of course, we would love to be able to win the big game and win the championship. You know what I mean? Like I already knew with Mariota we weren't going to, do that with Natty. But, the one that we had, LaMichael James and D'Anthony with Chip, and when we went Rose Bowl, Natty, Rose Bowl, Fiesta Bowl, that one when we played against Cam Newton, that was ours. If we were going to win any Natty, that one we deserved with Jeff Mayle at wide receiver. That was ours. Darren Thomas, LaMichael James, D'Anthony Thomas, that was ours, man. And then the guy caught the pass, rolled over on the player's back, and then got those extra yards. That just fucked us right there. But we haven't been that was the one that we deserved to win. That was ours. We haven't been close since then. But again, you have to have a special coach. And when we had Chip Kelly, we were recruiting like Ohio State, Michigan, Alabama, Georgia. Like we were on the same level, or like when USC had Pete Carroll, like you knew if you have a really good coach, you're going to get players to come. And you have to have that guy that gives you that aura, that you can't explain it when you just see him. It's like you just felt it. Like you already knew that you were going to be really good and we have really good players and we all believe in Chip. And that's how it went, and you only get that feeling when you end up having one of the top 5 guys in the country on your sideline. And that's what we had in that 4-year stunt, like we never had a coach do that type of dominant, wins versus top teams in that 4-year stretch than him. Rose Bowl, Natty, Rose Bowl, Fiesta Bowl, fucking 4 BCS games in a row for Oregon. Fuck out of here. Yeah, me too. I cried a little bit. I didn't cry a lot, but it got me teared up when we lost. Just the way that we lost, and I knew that we probably wouldn't win one anytime soon. Like that was, the best chance that we had with Chip, because I knew once the rumors of, illegal recruiting or LaMichael James, DeAnthony talk, and that's why he took the job, to go to like Philadelphia, San Francisco, and he got the hell out of Oregon because he didn't want Oregon to get sanctioned for 5 to 10 years, based off every coach is going to do some illegal shit, to try to get the, players to come, whether it's, money or, they're taking care of the parents or the boosters are giving money secretly. Every college is, getting freebies, and now they got these NIL deals, but to act like no college has rich people that hooks up their players, so that way they don't have to work. And, and also you get people that aren't afraid to show it. Like, remember when Ohio State had Maurice Clarett, he's like driving around in a big Hummer, like, oh, it's my mom's. Yeah, it's your mom's, it's like, we already know where that came from. So, a lot of the players aren't stupid about it. Like, if someone offers you a car, you don't take it. Because obviously if you're a high profile athlete, what do you think they're going to know where you got it from? You didn't get it from your family. You obviously got it from one of the donors and whatnot. So some people are stupid and some are smart. What could have been with Maurice Clarett if he didn't be an idiot? And if he just would have stayed in college for a couple more years, maybe he would have been like a Zeke Elliott, where he started off pretty good and then faded away a little bit, but at least made it. So.
Just like Peter Davidson. Isn't that right, co-host Rhonda? Co-host?
Yeah, I know. My favorite Duck jersey, though, is still that Natty jersey that I got the patch on eBay, took it to a seamstress, got it sewn on, the official one. Then I took it to another seamstress and got James sewn in the back. But that's my favorite jersey just because it's the custom, that I actually made it myself on top of buying it at the Nike store, at the Duck store, because it didn't come with the name on the back or the patch. But that's still my favorite Duck jersey, even though we lost. I'm still a big LaMichael and DeAnthony guy. So Candace in the building. How are you? 43-42 Heat. And Mariners are coming on in probably about 20 minutes.
Welcome back to Dallas. But more bad news for the Stars after they lose their captain, Jamie Benn, to an ejection.
Jamie Benn ejected. I knew he got ejected. Locker room. They're like, oh, penalty box. No, he's ejected. Good to hear. Oh, Dan Lanning is not going to stay loyal. You got to think, as soon as Kirby Smart, if they decide to go in a different direction in a couple years and they fire him, like Georgia stops winning championships and then Bama turns back into Bama, who do you think they're the first guy that they're going to call? The first guy they're going to call is Dan Lanning, and he'll leave. You think he's really going to stay at Oregon if Georgia's job opens? Hell no. He'll be gone faster than you know it. I mean, he probably already, has that penciled in, no matter what. Like, even like with Crystal Ball, Like, honestly, if Crystal Ball would have been loyal and not wanted to go back home to the U, it's not like the U is going to be relevant. But, but again, if we don't have defensive players, we're not going to be able to be that good. We're going to cap out. But no matter what it is, if they have a connection, if they went to that school or that was their, team when they were a kid, whatever it is, if they have, or they were a coach there as an assistant, then got promoted to be head coach at Oregon, of course he's going to come back. He ain't going to stay at Oregon, which is, there is no loyalty. It's a business now, They don't make Mike Bilottis like they used to. You know what I mean? Yeah, and the only loyalty stays is if you're like Saban and you're on Bama, and there's no reason to leave or get fired because you're fucking Saban and you're Alabama. Vegas power play here in the second period. Oh. 5-1 Dodgers. Man, Jameson's having a rough sports couple days. Lakers getting swept. Braves. But I still think the Braves are, I mean, they might lose today, but I still think the Braves are probably the most solid team top to bottom. If their pitching can stay healthy and they don't have any injuries, I mean, it kind of feels like it could be their World Series year this year. Yeah, there will be other surprises. Of course, when we still have teams like the Pirates, the Rangers, the Orioles still doing well. After the All-Star break, we'll have to see if those teams are still there or if like the Yankees and the Astros, the normal, teams that are good take their spot, or teams on the other side in the other American League, National League side. So 50 seconds left in the power play. Captain Jack Eichel. Dallas is playing on their heels. Obviously, you need to be the aggressive team, but I don't know if they can at this point, down 3-0. Let's look at the stats real quick. $14 shots on goal for Dallas, 11 for Vegas, 16 hits for Dallas, 14 for Vegas, and Dallas has 14 faceoffs, 1 to Vegas is 9. Dallas 17 penalty minutes to Vegas is 2, and an ejection with Jamie Benn, which is terrible. And they were only down 1-0 at that point. If Jamie Benn wasn't a fucking idiot, maybe the score is only 2-0 at this point. So, oh baby, 4-0 Vegas. They're like, Vegas, Florida, Stanley Cup, book it. Now the question is it will Vegas sweep Dallas? And then it probably will humble some of those Stars fans that were talking all that shit against the Kraken, thinking that they were going to go all the way. Yeah, of course, you could beat the Kraken, a team that's only been fucking around for 2 years. But, the mindset is not the same, right? When you're the favored team or when you're the underdog. Unbelievable. Wedgwood. Sorry, bud. Four 0.
1 second after the power play expired, so an even straight goal for
Petrangelo. Wrist shot assisted by Ivan Barbashev. Now the real question is how many of the Stars fans want to go home now?
Forced back by Bluger. Colasar into delivery check. 9 hits in the first 2 games, more than anybody. Right to be. They should have a goal and 2 assists. And they've got 6 games without a goal. What a deadline pickup Ivan Barbashev has been for the Golden Knights. There was so much interest in him. General manager Doug Armstrong was able to play teams against each other. They got
fucking Alex.
But you can see he's a playoff performer. Baked in, backhanded, 1 wide. And there was a lot of
Fuck, what a day, huh? My goodness. So he started off with Jonathan Marchessault, 1-0. Then Ivan Barbashev, 2-0. William Carrier, 3-0. Alex Pietrangelo, 4-0. Assisted by Ivan Barbashev. I can't believe it's 4-0. Dallas, like they're treating Dallas like Florida's treating Carolina. And they're at home. That's really, I mean, it's one thing to lose by 1 in both of those games, but it seems like they just lost all their will to win. Like, you know what I mean? They thought maybe that I don't know if Dallas thought they were going to go into Vegas and win both, but they probably thought, hey, we'll win at least 1. I know that we're good enough to hang with this team. And obviously that's not the case. And you've only lost by 1 in each game in overtime. So you were in both, those 2 games, But again, you're going to get more goals in this series because the goaltending is not as good as in the East with Frederik Andersen and Sergei Bobrovsky, who's the best. Delayed penalty. Oh, of course you were disappointed because it's the first coach that we've had since Chip that we actually liked, what he was building. We liked his character, O-line guy, a guy that would do the drills with the players. Like, he's likable. You know what I mean? So, yeah. Vegas too good. And the goaltending for Dallas, not good. That's a part of it too. If you had Sergei Bobrovsky on Dallas, you think the score is fucking 4-0? Hell no. So, or even Frederik Andersen if he was on Dallas. You think the score would be 4-0? Hell no, it wouldn't be. So, shows you how good the goaltending is. And then right now, Aiden Hill is like, well, I might be the worst one out of the 4 left, that's in the playoffs, but they don't really shoot against me that much. So it kind of hides my weaknesses because I don't got to defend as much because my offense is the shit. And that's kind of how things have gone. At some point, though, Florida will put the pressure on, and then maybe Aiden will collapse and he'll show some cracks in his armor, right? But not in this series. Or Vegas is just going to run through Florida also and win in 6. But I don't see Florida getting swept. I think that can definitely go 6 or 7 games, or at least I'm hoping it does. A 7-game series with Florida. And imagine if Florida ended up winning the first 2 on the road in Vegas. How crazy that would be. Then you would be like, oh, yeah, this one's going to go 6 or 7 because it's not like Vegas is going to roll over and die. I can't wait for the Stanley Cup. It's going to be awesome. It's going to be awesome. Very nice. Let's go, baby. Vegas going for the belt. Vegas going for the cup. But don't forget about this, though. Don't forget about that. Florida. Biggie in the building. How are you? Looks like it. But again, also you're going against goaltending that's subpar. The East, obviously, with Frederik Andersen on Carolina or Sergei Bobrovsky, you're not giving up these kind of numbers. So it's going to be interesting to see with Vegas's talent, instead of getting 4, 5, 6 goals like maybe on Dallas, maybe that gets scaled back against Florida's goaltending where you're getting 1, 2, 3 instead of 4, 5, 6. And if that happens, I like Florida's chances to hang around. I'm not saying Florida's going to win, but if they can get amazing, goaltending from Sergei, they definitely can win the series. And if he outplays Aiden Hill and Florida's offensive players stay aggressive, yeah, maybe Florida could win in 6 or 7, or even if they lose in 6 or 7, at least they're, competing, because we're not really getting Dallas competing here. I mean, what Florida is doing as like an 8 seed, it's like what the Miami Heat are doing. No one has expected a team to be like an 8 seed like the Heat, or the last team to get in, in the NHL playoffs like Florida. You just assume that the hotness, the Uncle Mo, the momentum runs out. But when you play the number 1 team in hockey that broke all the records with points and wins, and you beat Boston, that was right when they beat them. They're like, we're not losing ever again. Like, if we can beat the best, in the regular season, why are we going to look backwards, right? And then took care of Toronto. They're taking care of Carolina. They got the best goalie left. And obviously, Aiden Hill is okay, but he's not Sergei. But then it's just going to come down to Vegas's offensive players or Sergei Bobrovsky. That's really what it's going to come down to when we get that matchup. Who plays better, Vegas's players on offense or Sergei on defense? And if Sergei plays better, Florida will have a chance to win. If he ends up collapsing, and the Vegas is, doing what they're doing to Dallas, they do the same thing to Florida, right? Then obviously we know Vegas will win it all. And they're probably going to be heavily favored no matter what. But I think that we need to start respecting what Florida is doing. And maybe that doesn't happen until we actually get to the Stanley Cup and Florida wins the first 2 games on the road, or if they split, then people will finally start being like, wow, this team is something else, even though we've already known it since they beat Boston. So I like Cinderella stories, but I definitely could see them losing to Vegas. I mean, the way that they've been playing too. The only thing that worries me is the goaltending, because I just don't know if Aiden Hill is good enough to win a 7-game series against Florida based on how hot they've been playing, unless they have a cool-off period. But I think most people, are thinking Vegas has got it. but a lot of those people maybe haven't watched Florida or are taking them for granted or thinking they're not as good. I mean, Florida's playing just as good as Vegas, if not better, honestly. And their goaltending is better. So Wedgwood just fell into his own net. 6:55 left in the second period. No problem, brother. Multiple guys that can make plays. It doesn't have to be Captain Jack Eichel all the time either. And they brought him in to win it all. You know, when they brought him in, that's the purpose of bringing him in, to try to go all the way. I know Dallas hasn't won the Stanley since 1999. I get that, but they're just not in the same league. So it's like when you watch the games and then you saw like Florida and Carolina, we are not equals. It's like I almost feel like you're watching varsity and JV. You know, the A team versus the B team, you know? And that's kind of how it feels. Like those other two teams deserved it, and they did good, you know, to get to this point, you know, Carolina and Dallas. But you just kind of found the two best, and you just ran into them. So unfortunate for them. But this is the weak spot. This is where you can take advantage if you're Florida. And if you're Vegas, you just got to hope that offensive firepower doesn't quit, and you can just hide the fact that Hill isn't as good as Bobrovsky, you know, and you just keep, you know, staying on the offensive, which they're pretty fucking good at doing, as we've seen. Impressed. Number one all year. And, yeah, the face says it all. They're trying to get it. Hell, at this rate, Dallas would need like 5 power plays to come back. Tripping, Brett Howden, 2 minutes. 56-50 heat at half. They're primed to be able to close that one out. Boston isn't mentally prepared. I mean, if anything, they would just rather lose this game and just end it. They don't want to lose in front of their fans and get booed if they win this one. So, which Boston fans probably would do. And I know they've been replacing coaches left and right. You know, Brad Stevens, and then you had Udoka. I just wish Udoka used his fucking brain, and obviously we wouldn't be in this position right now. And it shows you how important a coach really is, and how many shitty coaches that are in the NBA, and that how many really good ones there are. Not many. There's not a lot of good coaches in the NBA, and that's why we see kind of a shit product a lot of the times too. They probably have the least amount of good coaches in the 4 major sports. NHL, NFL, MLB have better talent across the board besides the NBA. I mean, like, how many good NBA coaches do we honestly have now? You know, coaching is a part of the game, not only for strategy, but motivation and being able to, you know, like, understand your players and their strengths and their weaknesses. And obviously you get some of these coaches that really care about them outside of the profession, you know, like care about the family and the kids. And obviously if they have that bond, you think those players are going to play harder for a coach like that? Of course they will. Yeah, it's going to be fun. Going to be a fun Stanley Cup. Because even though, you know, I would say 90% of people will be like Vegas, they're going to bet a lot of the money there. But I think that, you know, especially if Florida ends up sweeping, I mean, you can't take them for granted. They are not just a team that got there that's going to get swept. You know, it's not like Vegas is going to sweep Florida. I don't think that would be possible. Not the way that Florida has been playing. Best team, hottest team. You know, it's like in football, you got the best number 1 seed or the wild card team. You know, and normally it's that number 1 seed or number 2 seed, but we've seen wild cards win a Super Bowl too. So, right? I mean, think about it. I mean, back when I was a kid, we had a lot of good coaches, and we're not just talking Phil Jackson. You know, there was a lot of good, solid coaches, but as the game has progressed the way that it has, there's a lot of shitty coaches out there. Former players, assistants, guys that aren't fucking qualified. I mean, we get that on the NFL side as well. You know what I mean? But I feel like the NBA coaches, it's like, they don't even care. It's just like, oh, well, we need a coach. Well, how about the 4th assistant on the Warriors? You're hired. Like, all right, I guess if that's what you want to do. And just because you're a former player doesn't mean you're going to be a good coach either. That's another thing that they need to kind of remember, you know? couple opportunities. Dallas fumbled the bag again. Oh, yeah. Spoelstra is a top 5 coach for consistency and obviously this run that he's doing. Anytime you can get an 8 seed to go to the finals and tear up teams like they have, like who on God's green earth thought they would beat the Bucks with Giannis in 5 games? Even if they would have done it in 7, it would have been hella impressive. But just the fact that that's when we should have known that the Heat are onto something. But we didn't believe it then. We were like, woo, this is an upset. But did we really think that they would keep going? And that's probably what they were thinking about Florida. Oh, you beat Boston, but your luck will run out. You just got lucky. Well, obviously, luck ain't got nothing to do with it, with both of those teams making the runs that they are, right? Yep. Yep, true. Yeah. Because sometimes you can be knowledgeable, and they have Jason Kidd and Nash, but just because you are a legend or a Hall of Famer doesn't mean you know how to coach or connect. You might know basketball and you can call plays, but do they respect you? Are you like a friendly coach or are you a disciplinary guy? Because if you're a guy that's a screamer and a yeller and they know that you're like a Hall of Fame coach, but you lose the team, then, they're not going to play hard for you. They're going to be about themselves, which a lot of athletes are. You know what I mean? Yeah, well, Florida has a better chance probably based on how hot they've been. And obviously on the Vegas side, they don't have a number 1 player. It's not like they have McDavid or, a number 1 guy. We already know Captain Jack Eichel and the team are nice, but it's not like you have Sidney Crosby or Ovechkin when they were in their prime or like a Wayne Gretzky on the team that, oh, he's the number 1 guy. With the Nuggets and Heat, you're going against the best player in the world right now and Nikola Jokic, the Joker. So, yeah, I know you got Bam Adebayo and Jimmy Butler in the squad, but who do they have to defend the Joker? Nobody. That's why you're not going to be able to beat them. You know what I mean? You're not going to be able to get him into foul trouble. He'll get a triple-double, probably, 5 out of the 6 games. And if he misses a triple-double, it'll be by one rebound or assist away. I just don't see the Nuggets being able to be beat. I think this is the year, just like the Avalanche had their year for Denver last year in Colorado. I think you're going to end up getting the Nuggets probably in 6. I still got to give respect to the Heat because I think they can win a couple, but I just don't think that they're going to be able to force 7 games. It'll probably be Nuggets in 5 or Nuggets in 6. Hopefully Nuggets in 6. But if we end up getting Miami Heat in 6 or 7, and Florida wins also, or one of the 2 teams wins, it'd be kind of cool for the game. Just showing you that underdogs can actually win. And you don't have to be the best team in the regular season. All you got to be is the hottest and the healthiest team in the playoffs. And that would be something that doesn't happen often, but it would make us fans believe in the Cinderella story that it won't just fizzle out in the championship, that they can get the job done. Because a lot of these Cinderella teams fall just short, either the game before the championship or in the championship. But we have seen teams, do the unthinkable. So 4-0 Golden Knights. Unbelievable. You hope it goes 7? Yeah. I was hoping this series was going to go 7, but that went out the window today. I was like, well, if Dallas brings it with the crowd, but obviously, they are frustrated like Carolina. Like when they cued the camera in the Carolina locker room, it was right when they were getting in and you saw guys breaking sticks and swinging them against the wall. Not a good look. I get it. You got 0, in 3 periods and the first 2 games went into OT. But again, the only way Carolina was going to extend the series or win it was winning that first game. And when you go 4 overtimes and you lose, mentally you're fucked after that. Sports is not just physical. There's a psychology to it too. And you have to be mentally strong to be able to battle your demons and be able to battle adversity. And some athletes are very, very good at that, like Kobe Bryant was. Michael Jordan was. And there's other guys that just don't have it. You either got the Mamba mentality or you don't. Facts. 4-0 Vegas. 56-50 Heat at halftime. Dodgers 5, Braves 1 in the middle of the 8th. Let's go. Has the Mariners game started yet? Yep. 0-0 still. Come on, Ems. Let's go, baby.
to the red line to Waugh. Weaves his way into the zone and lost the puck and shot the length of the ice by Foxman. 2 minutes to go, second period.
All right, 2 minutes to go.
Third year here in Vegas after 12 in St. Louis.
Nice save.
Snapped by Waugh, blocked by Wedgwood. 24 on the power play for Vegas.
Nice save by Scott Wedgwood. Oh, of course. You know what I mean? Like, yeah. Well, like I said, that sometimes, you know, it's like when you get, I don't want to say you don't get cocky as a franchise, but when you have the success that Boston has had in the last 5 to 10 years, and you could feel it like they were getting closer to a championship, and then you saw, you know, that Tatum is a good player, but sometimes in big moments, you know, when you go against a team that's better than you crumble a little bit. And that's natural when you're still that young team that's just happy to be there, you know, and you can win a game or two, but you're not going to win 4, not against Steph, Clay, Draymond, and Kerr, right? It's just a little bit out of your league, right? But like I said, the whole thing collapsed when Udoka got fired with the cheating on the girlfriend, Nia Long, and then they fired him for messing around with the other assistant that was on the team. You know, that was the beginning of the end for Boston, you know, and like I said, it probably should have been maybe a Milwaukee Bucks, you know, Denver Nuggets. If we would have got Giannis and Joker, that would have probably been the best finals, you know, because at that point we would like, who's going to win between the big men? Giannis is going to get the second ring, or is Joker going to get the first? As far as like, you know, that would have been pretty good. I mean, if you're going to have Denver play someone, that's who you would want them to play, to at least be intrigued where they would guard each other. You know, there's no one else that can guard him, you know. Embiid and Joker, I guess, would have been a pretty good one too, but the Sixers don't have enough good coaching and depth or bench depth or good players to actually make it to the finals either. They're like good as like a third, fourth best team in the East, but not ever good enough unless everyone else gets hurt, which kind of happened, but they still couldn't even get past Boston. So, and honestly, if the Sixers ended up representing, they would have gotten killed by Denver. Big hit into the glass. Fight, punch in the face. Oh, now the Stars players he tried to check him into the wall. We got to fight. Oh, we're on the ground. Fisticuffs. It's like you bash someone into the glass. So when you're in a fight and you're on the ground, and then obviously one guy has punched you, and then you're kind of sitting there, and then you've like stopped. What happens if one of the guys starts punching you in the face again and you're not expecting it? Like you just expect to get up and be like, you know, touch gloves and be like, all right, let's go to our, you know, penalty side. You can always tell which ones want to get that last punch in. Cheryl in the building. What to do? 4-0 Vegas. Boom.
There's the first penalty. It's a cross check by
Domi. Yeah. That's what happened. Then you can always tell when teams, they lose their composure. You know, Jamie Benn, you know, it's like you're down 4-0. Like you doing that's not helping the team. If anything, that's hurting. But they already know they're not coming back anytime soon. So at this point, they're just trying to fight and get their licks in, you know, while they can. And since they already know that the series is over and they lost this, fans are frustrated. I mean, imagine if you were a Stars fan and you ended up paying like $1,000 for this game, and this is how they played. People are throwing shit in Dallas. What's new? A bunch of Cowboy fans, they can't handle it. Come on, Cowboy fans. Don't be throwing shit in your own building. Look at these guys throwing water bottles, throwing fucking beer bottles. Come on. Classless. Boo. And obviously that's not going to gain you any fans that are outsiders looking in. We're going to remember this. You don't throw shit at your own team. That's crazy. $30. Let's get to a hundo. We need 70 to go. And hopefully we can hit the second goal at some point too. Maybe we can get some goats to come through. It's like, why are you throwing shit onto the ice? There's nobody getting fucking a, you know, hat trick. There's no point. Everyone's just losing their shit here. These Stars fans are turning into Cowboy fans real quick. What's next? We're going to be on social media and we're going to see Dallas Stars fans burning the jersey. Is that what's going to happen? Wouldn't surprise me tonight. Fuck this team. Fuck them. After they were just, ride or die for them all the way when they beat the Kraken. And then now they just can't handle losing. Now the teams are coming off the ice to clean everything up. Come on. Come on, Stars. That's embarrassing. Now they got to get all the beer and all the drink off the ice. Idiots. Way to delay the game, you fucking morons. Oh, every single Dallas Star fan just disappeared on planet Earth.
Sean, thank you. Messenger saying the same thing. With Nicholas Hayes, you're a penalty there. Wow. If you thought Dallas was going to chip away at the lead, in fact, it went the other way. Vegas had the only goal. I got pretty good about it. Listen, there's no killers on Vegas. Like, Ryan Reeves isn't there anymore. They don't have this big, tough team. I'm just really disappointed with the softness of Dallas.
Me too.
So soft.
Yeah, very soft. Like I said, it's not like Vegas, if you look at their players compared to the Dallas players, but they're just finding a way to ride that momentum. Yep, I agree. Jonathan Marchessault started it. And then after that, Jamie Benn ejected. And then after the power play, boom, Ivan Babashev, 2-0. Then right after that, William Carrier, 3-0. And then Alex Pietrangelo, 4-0. And then Domi roughing. Yeah. Like, it just sucks when you see teams give up. You know what I mean? Like, we've seen the Celtics give up in game 3. We'll see if they give up in game 4. Lakers, at least they tried to fight with Denver at the very end. But you don't want the last memory of that team just being ass right there at the end. So. What's up, STL? All right, I'm going to go to the Mariner game or the Dodgers. Dodgers still going? Almost over. No, commercial. Maybe I'll go to the Mariner game. All right, come on, Mariners. And then we'll just wait for the third period to start. So all that way I'll watch a little bit of this Dodgers. Watch a little bit of the Dodgers and the Braves, and watch a little bit of this Mariners and the A's, as well as the Celtics and the Heat. $61-52 Heat. All right, come on, JP. Yeah, I get it. That's what, I just never understood that. Like, I get it. You're doing, shitty right now, and the chances of, going to the Stanley Cup and winning it all is gone. But, don't do dumb shit like that. That's just, like, people are going to remember that shit. Like, you got classless fans. Like, it's one thing you want to be like talking shit. Then you have a little bit of adversity and then you act like a fucking baby. Like, it's hard to be able to respect fans that do shit like that. Not a good look. It's like and then you got Ranger fans, with the Texas Rangers being good. So at least they got that going. But don't be like a Dallas Cowboy fan, like at least a Dallas Cowboy shitty one. There's some good Dallas Cowboy fans out there, but man, throwing shit on the ice like that's like some Dallas Cowboy shit. Don't be doing that. It's like, oh, I just bought this $200 jersey. Let's burn it. Like, why would you do that? Let me run over the TV. It's like people try to do anything for views and clicks, I mean, dude, it's like, yeah, you can get views and clicks, but you look like a fucking idiot. All right, come on, Ems. And I got everything going here. So when we get into the third period, I'll click it back over. I got the basketball game here on the computer, and I got the baseball games here on the TV. Yeah, Ohtani ain't going to the Cardinals. That's like me saying Ohtani's going to come to the Mariners. Of course, everyone wants him, you know what I mean? But where would he want to play? Realistically, he's probably going to want to play in a big market where he can actually win. You know what I mean? Because obviously, if he's been sticking with Trout and the Angels, you're not winning there. So it wouldn't shock me if it ends up being. I think the Padres will offer a lot of money, and that'll hike the price up. But it probably will end up being like the Dodgers or Yankees more than likely. I mean, hell, if he ends up going to the Cardinals or Mariners, good for us. But I don't think we're big enough of a market for him to go to. And I don't think the teams are good enough where he would want to go there. You know, he's not going to want to go to a team that's almost the same as his now or worse or slightly better. You know, I mean, the only thing we got going for us is we got a Japanese following like a motherfucker with like Ichiro and everyone else that we've had. So I know he likes it here. And there is a vibe here with us, and we're kind of on the come up with Julio and our pitching. So, we have something special, but I just don't think we have the money because obviously Ohtani, you're going to have to pay him like $500 million. And how many teams are going to have $500 million? Like $500 million for Ohtani, Let's go, Julio. Come on, Julio. Julio in the box right now. 2-0 A's in the bottom of the first. Fuck. 2-2 count from Medina. Let's go, baby. Come on, J-Rod. 2-2 pitch. Good vision there. Good eye. Full count. Come on, Julio. Come on, baby. Definitely did not think that he'd be struggling as much as he is, but the team overall is struggling as a whole. Julio, yeah! Let's go! Let's go, baby. Yes. That's what I'm talking about, baby. Julio Rodriguez. Nice little single there. There we go. Every little hit helps and matters. We need to get that batting average closer to 300, not 200, Julio. You're too good of a player. Rookie of the year. You're supposed to be one of the top 10 players in the league. Batting, 200 to 215 is unacceptable. Let's go, baby. Kelenic up now. The best player on the Mariners all year. Yeah, but if we would have played and beat Dallas, we'd be getting our ass kicked the same way. We're not going to be able to match up to Vegas. If, obviously, you've seen what happened with Ottinger, right? Sometimes good, sometimes bad, right? And then obviously how the flow of the game is. And then, we know what we got with our guys too, but I don't think the goaltending would have been good enough. And, maybe we would have been able to go farther than Dallas. Like if Dallas gets swept, maybe the Kraken win a game or two. But, Dallas was the better team at home. They had Game 7 at home. It's only their second year, for the Kraken. They'll figure it out, But I think Vegas would have beat the shit out of us. If we would have ended up beating Dallas in Game 7, we probably would get swept, or maybe we win one game and Vegas wins 4-1. I don't really see it, Seattle competing and taking it to Game 7 against Vegas. They're just on another level. Same thing also with Florida. If we were on that side of the bracket, I don't think we would have been able to match up very good there either. Come on, Jared. Big swing and a miss. 2-2 count. Ooh, look at Anthony Edwards sitting next to Alex Rodriguez. Weirdo. Brooks Koepka. Jeremy Piven at the game. Derek Jeter. That's a legend. Show him. Kelenic popped up. Foul. How the hell did they get 2 runs already? Now I got to look.
can't be so upset about the last pitch that you're not ready to hit the next pitch. But he's been really doing a good job of keeping himself in check this year.
It's been a huge improvement. Yeah, I think the question is, I don't know who has the answer.
Full count for Kelenic. What the fuck happened? How did we get down? Laureano single to right. Ruiz score. Laureano to second. Perez single to left. Laureano score. Fuck. 2-0. Oakland. Come on. Come on, Jared. I mean, I can be a Kraken fan and just be honest. You know what I mean? Like, that's what you got to do. Oh, did he go around? Got him. Fuck. End of the first inning. You know, sometimes you just got to be honest with yourself. You know, you can be a hardcore fan. You know what I mean? But if you watch the game closely and you're not biased, which most people are, you can kind of tell, you know, who the better team is. Of course, when it goes to game 7, you know, anything is possible, but we just need to be able to get to a point where we have a good record, where we have home ice and we have game 7 in Seattle. And anytime we have game 7 in Seattle, then we'll be able to come out on top in that same scenario down the road. So. Is that Dodger game still going? Oh, wow. 8-1.
There is a right way to do home fix-up projects, and Grover can walk you through them. Grover Electric and Plumbing. Home of do-it-yourself.
I'm going to flip it over there. Eight 8-1 Dodgers. Let's go. 65-61 Boston. Two for 3, solo homer, base on ball, and a single for Jason Hayward. Yeah, I got it on right now. It's on TBS. Oh, Hayward crushes it. Back. Caught. Acuna with the out. All right, we're going to the bottom of the 9th. One last chance for the Braves to get 7 runs to tie the Dodgers, which won't happen. All right, so let's get off that game. Let's go to the A's and Mariners until we get back to got Celtics and Heat, and then we still are waiting for the third period to start. All right, Dallas, come on, baby. Can you at least get a goal or two? What happens? Is it going to be like a 6-0 game, 7-0? I mean, is Dallas going to get anything? And it's like, if you lose like this, what do you mean? What do you think the vibe is going to be for game 4? Like, they're going to be out there ready to go? You know, they're like, okay, we were supposed to bring the energy today. Didn't happen, but it did for Vegas.
His changeup is, it's right there with his curveball. His changeup's 80 miles per hour, his curveball 79. Just 1 mile per hour separates those two pitches, but it's one of the things that makes him so effective. You know, a lot of times a guy will have a curveball and you'll see sort of that break and that big sweep. The curveball,
Marco Gonzalez on the mound actually has been pretty good for us. But we're down 2-0 here. Come on, Marco. All right, we're going to Seattle. We're taking a road trip while we're waiting the game to come back on. Boom. Just like that. 16-0 run for the Celtics. 3-2 count for Gonzalez. Chopper to second base. See you later. 1 away. And then as soon as third period starts, we'll get going. I mean, Vegas will probably score at least 1, you would think, maybe 2. Does Dallas even have 1 or 2 in them? I mean, at this point, it doesn't feel like it. But I don't know. It'd be kind of crazy to think to have the first 4 games go to OT and then the next 2 games to be shutouts. I mean, that's some crazy shit. having Florida beat Carolina 1-0, and then if we end up getting a 5-0 score here, that's unexpected. Pitches inside. 1 ball, 1 strike. You never know where we're going to be going for streams. Nice pitch. 1-2 count. A's 2, Mariners 0, as we're just waiting for the third period to start. Top of the second. We got the Celtics and Heat on the computer. Dodgers and Braves on the TV, as well as Mariners and A's. Go M's. And then we're down to the last period of this particular matchup that should be starting hopefully here in a few minutes. Come on, Marco. Chopper. There we go. Colton Wong. Bang. 2 away. There we go. All right. Road trip. Just like that, we're back. All right, let me take a quick peek. All right, where are we at here? Is it back on yet or not? Come on, Marco. Still a commercial. Oi. Yeah, Twisted Tea. Nobody's drinking that. That's nobody's number one choice. Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen a team come out so flat at home after losing the first 2 games just barely and then just getting utterly dominated. But again, the one person you really have to blame, well, 2, Jamie Benn at 1, and then obviously Ottinger for not being Ottinger. You had to be the same Jake Ottinger that we remembered throughout the playoffs. And, they found a crease in your armor and got going to you early and then had to replace you. And obviously, you're not going to get a whole lot of improvement with Wedgwood either. And that's facts. Tough.
DirecTV is a leader in sports, but Jeff doesn't have DirecTV, so he's watching baseball at his weird neighbor's house. He's all right. I love watching the game with you.
All right, Vegas, I see you.
DirecTV to get a $200 reward card.
I'm going to go see what Paisley's up to. And then I already got it back on here. 8-1 Dodgers over the Braves in the bottom of the 9th. And Strider had 11 Ks, and you're going to lose 8-1 possibly. That's tough. All right, third period yet?
That's how much this means for the Stars and Golden Knights, the Western Conference
You're watching the Stanley Cup playoffs on ESPN, presented by Geico. Game 3 of Game 4. Game 3 feels like there's 2 games. Only 1 game, only 1 game. It has still plenty of time left to play. Western Conference Final, Golden Knights trying to go up 3 games to nothing, 4-0. We're still in the second period. They led 3-0 after 1, after being -7 in the first period, entering tonight. 16.
Come in here, hang out with Dad. Come out here, hang out with Daddy. Daddy loves you the most, Paisley. Yeah, Daddy loves you. Before the game started, oh, I forgot they had to clean everything up. We're not even in the third period yet. Holy shit. That was that long of a delay just to clean up all the beer off the fucking ice, you fucking bastards, Dallas. Stupid ass fans. Now I got to wait another fucking break time. Bitches. Now the end of the second period. Now are we going to start it back up, or are they going to go back into the locker room again? Just start it now. Right back up. They already had the break. So what are we doing now? So they brought everyone out with a delay of like 20 minutes, and now they're going to go back into the locker room. Let's just start it up again. Like, I don't want to be waiting for another 15 minutes for them to. They already had a break right here. Jamie Benn, I'm dumb. Right in front of the ref too, idiot. $73-68 in the third for the Celtics. At least they're kind of fighting. Mariners down 2-0. Come on, Ems. Well, if anyone didn't think that Vegas was good enough to go all the way or had any doubts, well, this put them to bed. Said Zeller and one to GOAT. Said Mass Zella. Look at that pump fake. Boom. It's like Michael Doliak from back in the day. You just have these like big, tall, white guys. Remember him in college, how highly touted some of these guys were? Sometimes they just end up being role players, or they just be bench guys. But sometimes, instead of being a superstar, you don't necessarily have to be labeled a bust, but sometimes, you find your right role on the right team, even if it's a bench guy, instead of maybe starting early in the career on a shit team. And, you might end up getting yourself a little bit further. And I mean, you never know what could happen in sports, right? I'm not sure if we're going to get a Florida and a Miami Heat championship, both. That would be asking too much from the sports gods, but one out of the two might be possible. Yeah. Obviously lots of busts, in the NBA. You got to think for the first and second round, they got 60 guys. Shit, there's guys in the first round that get cut. You get second rounders that don't even make the fucking roster. It's not like the NFL when you're 11 on 11 and you got, 7 rounds. Like there's not that much, talent. I look at Dallas throwing popcorn at the Vegas players. That's classy. Dude, the Dallas fans are the worst. You're down 4-0. You threw beer and drink on the ice for that delay. And then now, as the players were coming back, you throw popcorn on their heads. Bro, I will never forget this. I'm not going to have a whole lot of love for Dallas moving forward. I thought they were better than this. I did not think that they were this classless because, Vegas wouldn't be doing that. You know what I mean? Like, I get it. Every fan base can be passionate, but when you drink too much beer or you're just a fucking idiot, that's what you get. And obviously this is horrible because when you get it on the national TV side, that people are going to be talking about this. That's fucking terrible, man. All the Stars fans that were, watching the streams when they were beating the shit out of the Kraken, they disappeared. And then we had one guy that switched teams, right? Preston was a fan and he switched. He's like, I'm a Dallas Stars fan. What happened? Like that? That's what happens. Come on, Preston. Kyle Farnsworth? Yeah, I do. Yeah. Is something in the news about him today? What happened? Let's go over to some of the stats really with that don't fucking matter. 20 shots on goal for the Stars, 14 for the Golden Knights. So 6 advantage there, but it's not really, it doesn't matter. 17 hits for Dallas, Vegas with 15. So Dallas is aggressive, but they're not really showing it. They're passive. And faceoffs won. Dallas 23 to Vegas is 10, but it doesn't matter. And penalty minutes, this is the killer. Normally you get like 12 penalty minutes or less. Dallas has 35 penalty minutes, the most I've seen in the playoffs. Vegas has 6. How the hell are you going to have 35 penalty minutes? There's teams that go a whole series and don't hit 35. Wow. Unbelievable. Oh, he turned into a bodybuilder? Oh. All right, we're in the third period. 4-0. Vegas. Hopefully we can get some goats to come through.
goal scorers now in these playoffs. Dallas is also at 16 different goal scorers. Fox a couple of chances.
Oh, congratulations, Dodgers. 8-1 winner over the Braves on the road. I like that. Padres beating the Nats 7-4. Nice. Elliot's happy. And Sarah's Cardinals beat the Reds 8-5. She's happy. So I'm down 2-0 to the A's, so I got to find a way to come back. Blue Jays 20, Rays 1. What the fuck happened there? Holy, 27 hits on the Rays, 35-15. And they only had a couple losses at home. That's fucking nuts. The fuck happened there? Yeah, I need to get the dub. Well, it's the A's, for Christ's sake. You know, worst team in baseball. Fuck, if I can't beat the worst team in baseball, we don't even deserve to be in the playoffs, which I don't even know if we're going to get there this year. You know, hopefully we can turn it around and get to 90 wins or close to that, but it doesn't feel like a playoff year for my Mariners, unfortunately, which makes me a little sad, but I mean, at least we broke the streak last year. But I'm still going to hope that we get hot, you know, during the All-Star break, after the All-Star break, and, you know, maybe go on a 8-game win streak or a 10 or something and, you know, climb back into the standings. Goldie did. Nice. 15 minutes left in the third period. I did not expect this to be fucking blowout city, but, you know, shit happens, right? Hurricanes and Panthers. Tomorrow, we'll be doing it. Vegas trying to do goals like Seattle Kraken does. A different person on a different goal. It's like they don't really have like superstar. You know what I mean? But everyone is just really good and they believe. These guys, they're like, where's Mike Modano when I need one? Struggling. $2 holla AJ Styles or Rollins for picks. How about both? $2 holla. Appreciate you, man. Every dollar counts. Every doll hair counts. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, boom, boom. Bang, bang. $2 holla. Appreciate you. Thank you, man. And coincidentally, those are my two favorite in WWE right now, besides Randy Orton, who's on the shelf, and Kevin Owens, as far as the men are concerned. $32. Let's get to a hundo. Hopefully we get some goats to come through to save the day. Rent is late and needs to be paid.
Here's a one-timer for Theodore. Knocked down by Wedgwood. Who would join us late, came in 7-10 into the game. After Vegas scored 3 goals in 7 minutes and 10 seconds. The fastest 3. There's a bouncing puck. Pavelski couldn't have a whack at it. He doesn't have a shot on goal tonight. Through 2 periods. The fastest 3 goals to start the conference final game. And that one's over the net from Lindell. Since 1989, when Chicago
Stud. Wish we could have got him earlier. But he's still a Hall of Famer, even with the short career he's had in WWE. Facts. Phenomenal one. I like it with the gloves, too. Original. Kind of like, you know, the football players with the gloves. Very cool. My dudes. Never had a bad match. Never had a bad match. Always phenomenal. Appreciate it, man.
He was telling me how Geico makes it easy to save on homeowners insurance, so I was thinking.
Hello, old friend.
So you have me.
Years ago, we both had big dreams about saving people money on their homeowners insurance.
Because now your house is
He's awesome. I mean, like I said, if he ends up beating Seth, it's not going to surprise me. Whatever storyline way they want to go, both are deserving. And both guys should have had belts around their waist over the last few years, unless there's injuries involved and whatnot. The disrespect is just crazy, you know. But at least Kevin Owens is able to get into this, like, you know, tag and everything. But even Owens deserves to, you know, have like the IC championship or whatnot. I mean, if they're not going to give him the heavyweight, you know what I mean? Like, you could still reward, you know, a player, you know, in that caliber, wrestler in that caliber that way. But yeah, they're my 1-2 as well. We have a lot in common. A lot of us like the same types. I like greatness, you know. So obviously Seth on the Shield will always be my favorite. But
What do you mean the connecting rooms were not confirmed?
Exactly, not. We need to be able to see our kids. Oh, you'll be able to see them. When you want your kids in a room that's actually connecting, it matters.
Celtics actually trying to do something, huh? End of the third quarter, 88-79. Heat are playing with house money, you know, but they are at home, so obviously winning it here would be ideal instead of losing and going back to Boston and possibly losing 2 in a row by Boston just feeding off the fans and whatnot. But even if that were to happen, I don't see them coming back and winning the series. It's not like Boston is good enough to go 4-0 in the last 4 games with a shitty-ass coach and the players that have already given up on the team. Very nice.
Another good chance for Wyatt Johnston. And over the last 15 years, the most consecutive wins by a goalie is playing in the playoffs for the first time is 7. Antti Niemi.
Aiden Hill, 26 shots, 26 saves. But how good have the shots really been, though? He is a tall motherfucker, though. Look at him. Aiden Hill, 6'4". He looks like it, too. Monster. Long ass legs, long arms. Ottinger, too. What's the tallest goalie that we've had in the NHL in the last, like, 30 years? Has there been a goalie that's like 6'6" to 6'8" or 6'6" to 6'9"? Has there been a guy like that in the last 25, 30 years? I mean, I remember watching guys, but I'm trying to remember, like, height. You know, has there ever been like a monster size goalie? I mean, you got to be able to maneuver, you know, with your legs and your arms too. So I guess you can't, you know, have awkward body. You know, you can't have too long of legs or to be too skinny. Got to still have to be athletic in the crease. 4-0 Vegas. Dallas playing uninspired hockey. I feel like I'm watching the Boston Celtics twice. Come on now. Come on, baby. Come on, Dallas. Do something. I don't even see. Dallas is not attacking. Fans throwing shit on the ice. And then, of course, dumping the popcorn on the visiting players. You know, if you're already going to throw shit on the ice, that doesn't surprise me. You know, that's a bad look for your franchise, a bad look for your fans. You know, and even every, you know, fan base has got shitty fans. But when it's on a national stage, on camera, and everyone is watching, you know, a lot of the other NHL fan bases are not going to forget this. You know, and anytime Dallas ends up being a contender, I will not be rooting for them. 6'7" is the tallest. And how long ago did we have a 6'7"? And was he good or was he shitty? $28 shots on goal for Dallas, only 15 for Vegas in the whole game. And out of 15, they've gotten 4 goals. That's fucking ridiculous.
Get closer to hockey with the NHL app. Closer to the names you want and need them. Closer to all the games, all the time. Get closer to everything you love with the NHL
Are you out there? Hello? Dallas? Hello? It's like, how are you going to play so good on the road and focus and just lay a fucking egg at home in front of your fans? But again, you got to give Vegas credit. You know, they knew what the game plan was. They executed it. And anytime you get a goal in the first minute, I mean, that you already tell the body language was done. As soon as they got a goal within the first minute, you're like, well, we're fucked. Icing. 6'7". Ben Bishop. Was he good? I'm not familiar with Ben Bishop. Was he like a scrub, or was he actually like a Hall of Famer, like good player, shitty player? Like, who's the tallest, most elite goalie ever? Or within the last like 25, 30 years? Has there ever been an elite one? Like, how tall were like Patrick Waugh and Martin Brodeur? Are those guys like 6'3", 6'4"? Or smaller? 11 minutes to go in the third period. Very good. Oh, nice. What team did Bishop play on? Or what team was he known for? Jonathan Marshall, Ivan Barbashev, William Carrier, Alec Pietrangelo. 4 different Vegas players. What uninspired hockey that we're seeing out of Dallas. This shit is embarrassing. Even when the Kraken were like, getting beat, you didn't see them just roll over and die like this. And you're not going to see the Kraken fans do dumb shit like they did. Throwing fucking beer on the ice and throwing popcorn on the opposing players when they're coming back out on the ice. What's up? Okay.
No matter what, there will be a game 4 of the Western Conference Final between these two teams Thursday night at 8 Eastern on ESPN and ESPN+. It's pretty simple. I kind of just want.
He said, made of glass. Jerry in the building. He said, disgrace to the game. Oh, Laurent Landry. Yeah, I remember Laurent Landry. Wall was 6'2". Brodeur 6'2". Okay. Reflect in the building. How are you? What's good, brother? Did not see, the first 4 games went into OT. And then obviously we had a shutout, from Florida, Carolina 1-0. And it looks like we were almost going to get 2 shutouts. That's so crazy. $32. Let's get to a hundo.
That's because no BMW sees the road until it's reached the ultimate standard, our own. A standard that demands every BMW feels exactly like a BMW should.
Well, I don't know what Dallas Stars fans are going to do after this game. Social media might have a lot of jerseys being burnt. I mean, hell, if you're going to be throwing beer and food on the ice when you're down 4-0 when the series isn't even over yet, and then you're throwing popcorn, at the visiting players, right? Like Aiden Hill when he's coming back out on the ice for the third period. I mean, man, what a bad look. Like I said, I've seen a lot of hockey, and you don't really see that type of behavior that often, but yeah, definitely that rubbed me the wrong way. I'm definitely not going to be rooting for Dallas in anything moving forward. And then, like I said, and every fan base has got shitty fans, and even if it was just those 5 shitty fans out of the 10 or 20,000 that are there, but you just don't do that. Let alone at your own building. Like, it's one thing you want to be an asshole to do it on the road, but of course you're doing it at home. Unbelievable. 68 for Reflect. Thank you, brother. I appreciate you very, very much. Thank you for the support, the love, the appreciation. Thank you so much, brother. $68 dono because he is the man. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, boom, boom. Seahawks, Huskies, I appreciate you. My brother, Mariners too. Kraken. Let's go. Bang, bang. Thank you so much, brother. $68 dono, my boy. Thank you, Reflect. Appreciate you very much. Let me know what you want to see for donos, and I got you. Bang, bang, bang. And with a woo, woo, woo. Yes. Means a lot. The support that we get, like I said, is unmatched person for person, sometimes with a limited group. And we had a really rough February, March, and even April. It was, really, really tough. And we're almost at the breaking point. And it's just nice to see that, now things in May are starting to go upwards. And even though we're still struggling and we're not where we need to be, we are projected to, be at the best month as of January, which, isn't really saying a whole lot, but it's a hell of a lot better than February, March, and April were. So, and getting support like this is a big part of it. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate you. It means a lot. Thank you. Just helping me continue my dream. And so that way I can just live and, spend time with Paisley and continue to be a good influence here on YouTube, even with all the haters and the trolls. Hundo, let's get to 2. Appreciate you, brother. Yeah, and that's another reason why there's issues. Some guys disappear in the fourth quarter. James Harden and Tatum are 2 that don't really step up in the fourth when they need to. But again, them getting the proper head coach will help. But definitely a missed opportunity for the Bucks and the Celtics this year. But with all honesty, the way that the Denver Nuggets have been playing, even if we did get Milwaukee and Boston, maybe it's just destiny for Denver with the Joker, since he is the best player in the world and they didn't give him the MVP and they gave it to Embiid, that maybe he's just a man on a mission. And no matter who it was, Milwaukee, Boston, Philadelphia, that they weren't going to win. They would win a couple games, but Denver would win 4 and win in 6, and the Nuggets are going to be champions. So 4-0 Vegas. 30 shots on goal for Dallas. Vegas has 15 and 4 goals off 15 shots. Ridiculoso. And then I got the Mariner game. We'll have that. I got 92-83 Celtics. They're trying to at least not get completely embarrassed, which you already embarrassed yourselves and everyone in the organization by giving up in game 3. I think I've watched hundreds of, Celtics games in my life. I've never seen them give up like that. I mean, Bird, Parrish, McHale. Yeah, that would have been unacceptable. Yeah, I can't wait for NFL either. It'll be fun. And it'll give me an opportunity where, like I said, I don't need to focus on Tampa. So I'll still be doing Sunday, Monday, Thursday night. But if we end up doing 2 or 3 games on a Sunday, if I don't, lose my voice or just, don't go fucking crazy by, sitting in a chair for fucking 12 hours in a day. But yeah, there might be some opportunities for like some Seahawk games or Niner games or, something of that nature, which maybe I normally wouldn't do. But if I'm not going to be doing Tampa games at all, then, there'll be an opportunity to get some extra action in. And obviously with the Seahawks, I mean, I am intrigued to kind of see what happens with the rookie draft class, last year's draft class, and how they match up, obviously to the rest of the NFC West.
There hasn't been much offensively for Vegas since it's had the
Isaiah.
first 7 minutes. Here's a little glimpse of Jack Eichel's speed, size, and ability. And he's got
Eichel.
Robinson turned around in a circle as he pulls this with his long reach from the backhand to the
And if you got anybody specific, Reflect, UW, Husky players, Mariner players, Kraken players, Whatever you want. You want some more of this goldenrod? I gotcha. He said, I like those goldenrod jizzies. Not yellow, not mustard. The goldenrod. Not really maybe the most aesthetically pleasing color on a jersey, but hell, if they win the Stanley Cup, they don't care. All right, 5 minutes to go. The real question is Dallas going to get a goal? And it doesn't look like it. I mean, I've seen blowouts before, and I've seen embarrassment before, but God, I mean, and I think, look at the fan right there punching the glass, screaming. He's probably the one that actually threw the popcorn on the players. He's got his little sign there in the front row. Yeah, he wants a refund. Yeah, we're gonna get Panthers and we're gonna get Golden Knights in the Stanley Cup, and then Golden Knights will be heavily favored. But again, what Florida is doing, there's a chance. And I think obviously Florida's got the better goalie. Not that Aiden Hill is terrible, but Sergei Bobrovsky, he is the best. He the best. The best.
Everything looks so good.
Right? I'm hearing the new Google Pixel is really great. And it comes with AT&T's best deals on all of them.
This one looks nice.
That's a house favorite. And it's served with your choice of plans. Thank you.
There's got to be a catch.
No catch. And no trade-in required either.
Oh, how do you know all this?
I come here a lot. Love the service.
At AT&T, new and existing customers can choose any Google Pixel with your choice of plans and always get our best deal.
Okay.
I'm willing to mail this.
Okay. Layla is our messenger pigeon. What? Oh my god. This is mostly secure. Mostly fairly secure. Yes, sir.
This is crazy.
You know what else is crazy? That SMS text that he's sending? It's unencrypted. Other people might see your text just like other people might see that letter.
You're kidding.
All right, I'm Scott Van Pelican, set for Sports Center. We're going to visit with Jack Eichel after the game for the Golden Knights. They're on the cusp of a 3-0 series lead. Meanwhile, the Miami Heat look to finish off Boston in the NBA playoffs. Tim Legler will be here to break things down. We'll get the game back to Dallas. Sean McDonough, Ray Ferraro, Emily Kaplan. Sean, last I saw you, I was eating garbage plate, buddy. How are you?
Well, last we saw you, you were eating dinner during the PGA Championship, so we did a little play-by-play. Ray wants to know if you'd like to do a little play-by-play in color with some hockey here.
I got to get ready for a show, and I'm horribly ill-prepared, so I'm going to leave it to your lap.
No, please.
You just want me to do because it's 4-0.
I've never been happier to read the final 5 minutes presented by Geico than I was 44 seconds ago. That's kind of stunning, isn't it? I mean, to see these 3 games on all over the Final Four in the NBA and the NHL.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of the question, how to frame it for Eichel. Because, I mean, I'm sure they don't care about the other series, but it is odd that you get this close to championships where the teams theoretically are so similar, and yet we'll see blowouts all around the board.
Yeah, this is the first
Kind of good. It's going to be fun to watch. Just like the actual chance where, you're getting the best team, no doubt, the best, and then you're getting the hottest. Can the hottest team beat the best team? It's not likely, but the one advantage Florida does have, they have the better goalie. So if Florida's offense can hang and Sergei Bobrovsky can be great, they can make it happen. But even if Florida loses, they're not going to get swept. They'll win at least 1 or 2 at the very minimum. Yeah, 183. They're up by 17. So it looks like unless the Heat get on a big run. This one might be done. They only have 6 minutes left to make up 17 points. So they might just say, fuck it. Well, we'll let you have this one. But then again, and then it goes back to Boston, though. Boston, Heat, Boston. So, you don't want to keep them hanging around. And then all of a sudden it goes to 3-2. Then you can start getting a little worried, But again, how many teams are going to come back from 3-0 in the NBA? It's not going to happen. I mean, it would have been awesome if it ended up being Kraken in Florida, but we wouldn't. Yeah, even if we would have won Game 7 against Dallas, I don't even want to think of the ass whooping that we would have got against Vegas. He said Nuggets country. Well, it's good for the Joker and Jimmy Butler to get at least a little bit more exposure, to fans and whatnot. It's like, the Heat are doing something like Florida's doing, which is crazy as an 8 seed. And Denver has just been disrespected from the very beginning of the year. Number 1 in the West all year. Nobody talked about them. Everyone doubted them. Everyone thought that they wouldn't be able to get there and disrespected the Joker, didn't give him the MVP, gave it to bum-ass Embiid instead. Then Embiid's scoring went down 10 points per game after getting MVP, then got his ass kicked, and then decided to blame everyone besides him and Harden, even though they both didn't do shit in the fourth quarter. That's not a leader, and that's not an MVP, period. Yes, they do. Florida looks tough as well. It's like Florida's got to get, better goalie play from Sergei. And then on top of that, their offensive players have to be aggressive. You have to be able to get probably, shooting for 3 to 4 goals every game to be able to compete with Vegas, because you ain't going to be able to win a lot of matchups 2-1 against them or 3-2. And we'll see if Florida can actually, pull out those guns in the offense. And I already know Sergei is going to do better than Aiden Hill. So there, it kind of levels out. Now, if Sergei Bobrovsky was on the Vegas Golden Knights, then I'm like, you're done. There's no way that you're going to win the series. It's just like Colorado. I was like, that's a done deal. Tampa, you've gone to a couple Stanley Cups, fine, but you're not winning that one. You might win a couple games, which you did, but you ain't winning 4. So yeah, it's over. 102-87. They decided to give up. And then we got the Mariner game that I'll turn on here as soon as this one is over. Well, at least for Celtics fans, you're not going to win the series, but at least you didn't get embarrassed like the Lakers did. But at least the Lakers, never really gave up. They fought all the way to the end. It's just that you played against the best player in the world, and it's not LeBron James. Flopping can't save you. Not at this point of your career. 16 shots on goal for Vegas. Only 16 for the game, and they have 4 goals. I don't think I've ever seen that. And then Dallas has got 32 with nothing, and they haven't even really had one good shot on goal all night out of 32. Ridiculous. Before the game started, thinking that maybe Dallas could win this game or game 4, and then realizing in the first 3 minutes, 3-0. Yeah, not happening. Couldn't even get in the DeLorean to go back in time to change that shit. Damn, they're not even going to get a goal? Vegas is like, very nice. And then what's Dallas fans, what are they going to do? Well, it looks like half of them already left. And then the other ones are going to throw beer and shit on the Vegas players now, like they already did. Yeah, of course they did. We were down 2-0. Are we down by more than that now? What's the score now? I hope it's not worse than that. I mean, at least it's not Toronto 20, Rays 1. At least we're not that bad today. Oh, what are we down? We're still down 2-0. We're down 2-0. We can still come back. It's the A's, for Christ's sake. Worst team in baseball. We've got to find a way. Wow. So you go overtime, right? 4 overtimes in the Carolina-Florida matchup that I did, 6-hour stream. Game 1, game 2, overtime, right? right, for Carolina and Florida. Then overtime for Vegas, Dallas. Then in the game threes, right, game 5, game 6, and those out of those sequence of games, game 3 in both, they both are shutouts. I mean, what the hell is going on in sports right now? How the hell do you get overtime in the first 4 games between both of these teams, game 1 and game 2 in the East and West, and then both game 3s end up being in shutouts? Unbelievable. Well, I guess that's when the better teams flex, right? Vegas Golden Knight fans clapping, Dallas fans sitting there wanting a refund. All right, let's go over to the Mariner game. Final score: Vegas Golden Knights 4, Dallas Stars 0. It's one thing to lose 1-0 and feel like shit, but to get your ass kicked 4-0 and have the fans not even be a factor the whole game, and then for them to be that immature and throw beer and drink on the ice in the end of the second period, and then throw popcorn and food at Aiden Hill and another teammate as they were coming out for the third period. I didn't think that the Dallas Stars fans were like Cowboy fans, but I guess I'm wrong. I guess I was wrong. Wow. All right. Can't watch SportsCenter because I don't want to get dumb. I don't want to make my brain more dumb than it already is from listening to this bullshit. Got to keep my brain cells. ESPN damages them, eliminates them altogether. All right, got the Mariner game on. All right, so we're gonna make a road trip. Boom. We're going from Dallas. No one wants to be there. And then let's go on a road trip. Boom, just like that. We flew to Seattle, and here we are. That's how we do it.
But USA also has banking, credit cards, and loans, plus advice and other perks.
All right, I got to look at the box score, see how disgusting it is. All right, so I already know that they both got both their runs in the first inning in the top of the first with Marco. Marco's only got 2 Ks, so that's we already know what Marco is. He's not flexing, but hopefully he can get a little bit better. The pitching is suspect. The hitting is suspect. I mean, we're 23 and 24, and if we didn't have Jared Kelenic, remember, reflect. You're like, get rid of him. Get rid of him. He's not good. He's not going to pan out. But I told you, I was like, he's going to be the X factor. And if we end up making the playoffs or being even worth a shit, it's going to be him. I'm not going to be right all the time, but I was right on that. He's the only guy batting close to 300. JP, 242. Ty France, 257. Julio, 219. Kelenic, 293. Thank God. Suarez, 229. Raleigh, 229. Hernandez, 238. Wong, 175, who shouldn't even be playing. And then Murphy, 222. This is ridiculous. I mean, I get it if Wong and Murphy and some of these guys are batting these averages, but there's no way in hell Teoscar, Cal, Eugenio, Kelenic, Rodriguez, Julio, Ty France, and JP should all be this shitty at this point in the season. So hopefully in June, things will get a little bit better. Right? And think about it. If we got rid of him, what would our record be right now? We probably would only have like 15 wins right now if Kelenic, because there's been at least 5 or 6 games that Kelenic has helped us win with his offense or with his defense. So we would probably only have like 15 to 16 wins. We probably have 6 or 7 less wins if Kelenic wasn't on the roster. Because, I mean, already with the names we have, the names are good, but they're not achieving the success that they should based off last year. And the pitching isn't living up to its name either. That's facts. Yeah, LG 22B series is done, bro. And the fans are they have no class, dude. Throwing the beer, throwing it on the players. I mean, I get it, the frustration, but I mean, it's one thing to be a Cowboy fan and a Stars fan. I guess you still got the Texas Rangers if you follow baseball, but that was not a good look. Not a good look. Yeah, well, it was 1-0 when Ben made that play and got ejected, and then it was done. But even without that ejection, you weren't going to win, at that point. So sometimes, you meet your match. And remember, you were the favored team against the Kraken, and obviously, the fans would like to be able to tell people how good they are, but now you're the underdog, and sometimes you face someone that is, a champion. I'm not saying that Dallas is a pretender like Carolina, but I think both teams expected more. Both fan bases expected more. And, I assume that Dallas would win either one game, game 3 or game 4. But now, since you got embarrassed in this game 3, who knows if they're even going to show any effort in game 4 or not. We'll see. So, but sad to see the season kind of ending this way. But I totally agree. It was stupid. He was already sliding on the ice on his back for like 5 feet and decided to WWE jump on him and then put his stick into the guy's face and chin and side of his cheek and start slamming his head into the ice a couple times. And the ref is just like looking at him the whole time. Dummy. Yes, I can't wait for Munoz to come back. You know, another boneheaded play, reflect, Adam Jones. Remember him? Orioles? Adam Jones should have stayed, but he won't be that good, and then turns into like all-star, great player. It's like we can get guys, but normally the Mariners are a farm team prior to last year. We do good, then we do shitty, we do good, we do shitty, and then we're like at 500 or we're not making the playoffs, and then whoever's about to win a World Series or is thinking that they can, then they start sniping our best guys. Here we go. Let's go to the bottom of the 5th. That one made me sick because I knew that he was going to be good. I was like, getting rid of A-Rod and having him take money to go to Texas, fuck him. He can go fuck himself. I fucking hate A-Rod. That's the only guy that I fucking hate, maybe more than Altuve. Altuve and A-Rod are probably my 2 at the list that I'll never like, I'll never support. Fuck those guys, right? But A-Rod, I won't even recognize him as a Mariner. I have 0 memorabilia, 0 rookie cards. I will never have anything Mariners A-Rod on my desk. I got Griffey, I got Ichiro, I got Griffey, I got Dan Wilson, I got Randy Johnson, I got Griffey, I got Edgar Martinez, I got Cal Raleigh. But I'm never going to have no A-Rod. But Adam Jones, to this day, that one hurts me a little bit. It's just like for nothing, Yeah, rough. You know what I mean? But sometimes you meet your match. Sometimes you just have to get to the reality that, you can be a really good team, but when it gets down to the Final Four, you really see, who is a contender and who is a pretender. And we knew that Dallas was better than Carolina, and that's why it probably stings a little bit more, because I actually thought that Dallas was one of the 3 teams out of 4 that could maybe win it if they played well, in this particular matchup. They obviously needed to split in the first 2 games, and they obviously needed to win these 2 games at home to be able to have a little bit of magic, because, we know Vegas was number 1, and you're not the favored team over the Kraken anymore. You're the underdog, and you ran into a fucking freight train. And same thing with Carolina. Carolina's pretty good, but they don't have enough offensive studs to be able to match Florida's. And Frederick Anderson is awesome, but obviously when you're comparing him to Sergei Bobrovsky, Sergei is the best. So, and that's why I actually think Florida has a shot against Vegas. Vegas will be number 1. Vegas will be favored. People will say Vegas in 6, Vegas in 5. But if Florida keeps winning the way that they are, and if they sweep tomorrow, who's to say that, Sergei plays great like he has, and instead of, Vegas scoring 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 goals, they score 3 goals or less a majority of the series. And if that happens, yes, Florida has a shot, but then they need their offensive players to match Vegas's aggressiveness. So it's going to be easier for Vegas to win it all. They just have to be them, right? For Florida, Sergei needs to continue to be the best goalie, and the offense needs to help him. And if those 2 things happen, then maybe Florida can get it to 6 or 7 and lose, or possibly win in 6 or 7. But if you're not going to get the offensive firepower, leveled up, and if Sergei shows cracks in his game, then we already know. But I just don't think Adin Hill, he hasn't been tested yet. He hasn't really been battle tested. It's just like the Vegas offense has been so good that, I think he's still a good goalie, but he's not on the same level of what Florida has. So we will see. Chief in the building. How are you, brother? What's good? Now I got the Mariner game on. 2-0 A's in the bottom of the fifth. I gotta delete some of these photos since we're gonna do the rest of the Mariner game. More than likely. And I think I deleted my fucking Florida file. I was looking for my Florida file. I was like, where the fuck did it go? I wonder if I deleted all my Florida photos, and because I have like document folders for like every team. I used to just have one big file, and I just would scroll up and down when I was doing like pictures back in the day. I don't even know how I was doing it so fast back then, but now I got smart and I just got files for all the teams. So I got like Astros, Rangers, Padres, NASCAR, Cardinals, Blue Jays, Braves. So pretty much the teams that have played the Dodgers and Mariners, or like, the hockey. Makes definitely life a lot easier. Cuts down on my prep time a little bit. But I guess I'll have to remake the file on the Florida side. Unless it just pops up somewhere. I'm looking for it. I'm like, where the fuck did it go? That's like, did I move it? I don't see it. Vegas. Tom Murphy. Come on, Tom.
I like the decision for Scott Turris to go with Murphy with Marco on the plate. These two guys work really well together.
Murphy with a nice hit. Go, go, go. Yeah, boy. Yeah, boy. Go for two. Go for two. Slide, motherfucker. Yeah. Yeah. 2-0 A's. Tom Murphy with a double. What's good, brother? Yeah, I don't think Boston has too much talent. I just think that, they just got hot there, in the second half and has found a way to not get embarrassed and get swept like the Lakers did, So, and the next game goes back to Boston. And if the crowd can, help, feed them with energy, yeah, it is possible that Boston wins the next game and it goes 3-2. But then that next game after that, game 6 in Miami, then at that point, it'll be over. So it's either going to be over in the next game in Boston if Boston can feed off the crowd. If not, then Miami will have it at home. Uh-oh, back. Go! Yeah! Boo, 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 boo. J.P. Crawford with a homer. Are you kidding me? Get the fuck out of Dodge. Get the fuck out of Seattle. Bang, 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 bang. 2-2. We're tied up. Woo! Let's go. That's what I'm talking about, baby. Yeah, don't worry. You're going to win the series. Heat Nuggets, even though it'll probably be Nuggets in 6 because the Joker is ridiculous. Let's go. Like, how often does JP hit homers? Like, JP's probably going to hit like 5 to 9 all year. It's not going to be a lot. But hell, when you're down 2-0 and then you can end up getting, kind of a cheap one where you're not expecting it, that could end up, helping us win the game now. So, fucking A. That's what happens when you go from doing the hockey to the Mariners and you time travel real quick. We're already at the stadium. We got the logo in the corner. We got the photo already preloaded. Let's go, baby. My buddies, my Mariner buddies. Woo, yeah. Woo, 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 woo. WOOOOOOO. Yes, sir. Very nice. Let's go. JP Crawford. Electric, baby. All right, come on, Ty. Yeah, it does look like it's going to be. And like I said, I think if you guys had another big man, like a Giannis type with Bam, there would be probably a little bit better of a chance. But I just don't know if you guys are going to be able to have anyone that will slow the Joker down enough for Jimmy to take over the game, and the rest of the team. Like, you guys have a really good team and you're hot, like Florida. But sometimes, you end up, matching up against the one person that you don't want to match up against. A team that's also hot that probably has better talent, at this point, so we can have a Cinderella story once in a while, but the chances of the Heat and the Florida Panthers both winning it as like kind of an 8 seed is not likely, but one of them maybe winning could be possible, or we'll get the realistic outcome where both will lose and they'll fight like hell, but you're going to end up getting Florida, possibly maybe losing in 6 or 7, and then the Heat probably losing in 6. Yeah. Uh-oh, tie! Back, gone! TEXAS on the scoreboard. X just got blown out. He broke the X off. Let's go! Yeah. You do one game, and then you do another game, and then you got the photos loaded, and then bang, 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 bang. JP Crawford, bang, bang, bang. Ty France, bang, bang, bang. 3-2 Mariners. That's what we do. Let's go. Yeet. Oh, baby. Oh, Ty France, very nice. Oh, let's go. Okay. Well, they have no runs and barely any hits, and then O-Dog decides to turn the game on and do the game, and then boom. There we go. Just like that. The sports gods are like, we were waiting for you, O-Dog. Like, we didn't want you to get those home runs while you were doing the other game. Let's go. Now we got Julio. Can we get Julio with a homer? Let's go. Bang, 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 bang. Let's go, baby. It's exactly what we needed. It's like the sports gods were like, we were just waiting for you, O-Dog. You and Reflect, we were just waiting for y'all. 0-1 count to Julio. Oh, Julio. Center field. Of course, he goes fly out, but at least we took the lead. Oh, Julio. Did you see the Julios, the cereal that they're selling at Fred Meyer's and on the website? Did you see that? They released that. Supposed to help underprivileged kids in his home country, and obviously a cool collector item. No, you don't need Bo Nix. I know you're an Oregon fan like me, but Bo will probably be 5th, 6th, 7th round or undrafted, and he probably won't ever really be anything. To be all in all honesty. So, are you saying the last season? Because that's what it is. I expect death. I expect guns. I expect betrayal. I expect shady stuff to go on. I can't wait. That is one of my favorite shows. I can't wait for Mayans to come back. Mayans MC Motorcycle Club. It's like Sons of Anarchy with Latinos and Latinas. It's great. I can't wait. Yeah, I'm going to be watching that. And when that show comes on, I put everything down. Phone goes down. It's like when Game of Thrones was on, or one of the shows that I really enjoyed. Phone down, and I'm paying attention. And Mayans is so good that it's not even on HBO or Showtime, but it feels like it. Anytime you get a show that's like on FX and it's a little edgy, you know what I mean? But it's done so well that you would think that it was done on like HBO or Showtime. But I can't wait. It's going to be great. Ryan knows. It's a good one. O-Dog, sports gods. I guess they love me, huh? Hey, you get some sleep, take some medicine, and I hope you feel better. And if you need to, take a shower, eat some food, right? Listen to some Kanye, Graduation, okay? Make you feel better. Trust me. Definitely one of the best shows out, guaranteed. I mean, people that haven't watched that show are missing out. But the acting in it, and it's not just like one guy is good. Like so many of the people, men and women, the writing in that show is just top notch. And it definitely feels like it should be like on an HBO or a Showtime. It can get pretty graphic and whatnot, but obviously it's sensational, man. It's so good. Yeah, there's quite a few people that are kind of getting sick, not like COVID sick, but I guess we actually have cold and flus that exist now after COVID is over. You know, I haven't really, I didn't get COVID and I didn't get sick during COVID in that couple years, but I did get that norovirus, that stomach flu, you know, just a month ago roughly. And that was the worst. I literally felt like I was going to die. I mean, when you throw up and when you're on the toilet for like 12, 13 hours straight, you know, all you're doing is praying to the gods, whether they're sport gods or others, that this just stops. If I literally had to go through that 2 days in a row, I don't know if I would have lived. That's how bad it was. Nice pitch by Marco. Get him. All right, I'm gonna eliminate here this on the ticker, and we'll just do the Mariners thing since we just have a couple innings left, and then I'll type it back in.
The environment really does change things when you think about training and what pitches do down there versus when you get up here. It's really different pitching in, say, Philadelphia versus Oakland and pitches.
Top of the sixth. 3-2 M's, baby. Go. Update the ticker. We don't need to worry about the hockey stuff, you know, since that's already over. You get 2, 3 streams in one. Fuck it. Fuck it. Top of the six. Mariners 3, A's 2. All my Mariner buddies are like, fuck, thank God. Oh my God. Get him. Double play. Yes. Woo. JP hitting a home run and then being a part of that double play. The double play, baby. All right, let's go to the bottom of the sixth. I was going to say, we can't lose 2-0 to the A's. I hope you feel better. I know how that goes. When one person gets sick, depending on if you're quarantining or you're, you know, you still got to eat and, you know, do like household chores, laundry, you know, make breakfast, and, you know, people are going to be around each other and whatnot. So hopefully you guys get better. Not JT in the building. How are you? Sinus infection. Those are the worst. Yeah, Facebook, Twitter, or Instagram. Oh, you're all good now? Next up in the bottom of the sixth, 0 for 2 with a K, Jared Kalanick. Next up, 0 for 1 with a base on ball, Eugenio Suarez. And batting third, 0 for 2 with a K, Cal Big Dumper Raleigh. It's going good, man. I'm just grinding every day and, you know, just trying to be staying busy, spending time with Paisley and, you know, trying to put my hat in many, many things to see how we're going to be able to grow. Luckily, on the baseball side and the hockey side, we've actually gotten people to sub, to like videos, to join us on the social media side, and getting even some newbies to donate, which is kind of nice. And some of them even donating big. So that's always a good sign. You know, just we've had more growth, you know, with doing baseball and hockey than we ever did, but also me being able to figure out how to do all the thumbs and everything too, definitely helps.
I like the mindset of that. Back-to-back four-seam fastballs and then
Oh, go back, Jared.
Excellent job right there of doing exactly what he needed to do against the slider. And this is something that he is so good at right now, and that he really struggled with.
I don't know, I didn't get anything on my end. Maybe send it to me on Twitter or Instagram or something. Send it to me on Twitter or Instagram. It's probably a little bit easier on there than the Facebook. Oh, Eugenio, back. Oh, shit, to the wall. Fuck. Oh, my God. I thought Eugenio was going to go. Eugenio Suarez. One away. Bottom of the 6. Mariners 3. Oakland A's 2. He connected. Ooh, just a little bit more power. That would have been gone. Dead center, too. Who? I like people that keep promises. We'll leave it at that.
100% ribeye beef in a burger. Our ribeye steakhouse burgers, all the flavor of the juicy ribeye steak in a burger. Did I mention they made with...
All right, let me take a look at the scoreboard here to see what else we got going on. Celtics catch fire with an 18-0 third quarter run to force game 5. And if obviously that didn't happen, then obviously it would be a sweep. But Boston's too good to get down 3-0 and obviously 3-1. But I mean, they lost their chance. They lost their chance this year. Yeah, but you're not going to really know how good players are. You know, you can do all the tape that you want to watch. You can watch all the games. You can do all the research. But really it comes down to the chemistry with the player, the health, you know, and the vibe, if they're teachable, you know, if they're going to be a good teammate. And like I said, when going in from last year, right, what did you already think out of the 4 guys? Like Abraham Lucas, no one knew what was going to happen there, right? And Tariq Woolen, no one knew, you know, so they're just guys. Like, you know, the ones that we knew that were going to pan out were Charles Cross and Kenneth Walker. Then the other 2 ended up stepping up, and then you ended up having 4 studs instead of 2. So just because, you know, the popular guys panned out, which you knew that they would, and then you have guys that aren't popular, not well known, and they ended up panning out too. So just because maybe you guys did reach a little bit, you know, not really with the JSN, but with the other guys, right? Abraham Lucas, no one knew what, like, if anything, it's like you got him, but no one knew if he was going to be average, bad, or actually be a solid starter or a role player. You know, it took a lot of effort to be able to build these guys up and the chemistry working together. So no one knew Tariq Woolen was going to be like Sauce Gardner. No one knew Abraham Lucas was going to be close to Charles Cross. We knew in college what we saw with Cross, that he was going to be legit. 100%. We knew there was no doubts that Cross was going to be bad or average. We knew he would be good. Maybe even the best offensive lineman right away, right? And then we knew with the Kenneth Walker, we knew in college when we watched him at Michigan State, whether you watched him or not, that he was going to be good, like Breece Hall on the Jets. We knew it with the tape that we saw. But so, you know, with some of these other guys like Witherspoon, yeah, a little undersized, right? Not every corner, you know, recreating the Legion of Boom is going to be 6'4", you know, but if you actually look at the players, it's you know, you can have a smaller guy and be aggressive and hit hard and have good football IQ. That'll make up for the, you know, the guy on the other side who is 6'4", you know what I mean? So of course, 6'4" and 6'4" would be great, but they saw something obviously there, and they decided not to get Christian Gonzalez from Oregon. So they obviously like to get Oregon players a lot, but they saw the dog in Witherspoon. So And like I said, every player pans out differently. Some guys pan out year 1. Some guys pan out year 2. Some guys take 3 to 4 years to pan out, and hopefully they still have a chance to prove that they're worthy and not get traded and go to a different team once the rookie deal is up. So not everyone develops, at the same time. So that's facts. So that's just something to keep in mind. You know what I mean? Like, for me, like I can come up with really good predictions, how things are going and whatnot, but sometimes you're going to get surprised. I mean, shit, even if Tariq Woolen did half of what he did, we were like, yes, this is awesome. Like, like you have something here. It's not like, like we knew Sauce Gardner going in could probably be one of the top 10 corners right away on what he did at Cincinnati. But, sometimes getting those guys from smaller schools ends up panning out, right? Teoscar fouled off. Count is still 1-2. We're in the bottom of the 6th. Mariners 3, A's 2. Runner at second. Let's go, Teoscar. Yes, I am. Now, if anything, I like your guys' draft this year and last year. Last year, obviously, you can say was better, but again, we didn't know how good of the draft was until we got a little bit past maybe halfway through the season and realized that Abraham Lucas is a G and Tariq Woolen is fucking insane. You know what I mean? So, it definitely could have went the opposite way where they were average and then you only got Kenneth Walker and Charles Cross, and it still would have been a good draft. So, things just clicked with Geno and that vibe with that team. So I definitely think that the overall positive vibes will carry over. And I would assume that you guys will either win the division or get second place to the Niners. So, but I got you guys going to the playoffs this year, as long as you don't have any serious injuries. Spoon doesn't seem like Ramsey Sanders, or he doesn't have to be though. All he has to be is, just try to be a top 20 corner, not a top 5. And you already got a guy on the other side, that's probably going to get more picks, and then maybe he'll be the hard hitter and the emotional guy, that gets the guys fired up, pops the ball loose with a big fumble, like a helmet to the football, knocks a guy out, and then picks it up and scoops and scores. So, you know what I mean? Like, we'll see how it goes. But also, too, Sauce got the pub because his name is Sauce. And if you actually break down the stats, Tariq Woolen's stats were actually better than Sauce's in certain categories. But, of course, Sauce, with the nickname and the marketability, what I mean, even though he was on the Jets, right? You know what I'm saying? But, like, they kind of catered to him based off his persona rather than the stat line. Because if you actually look at the stat line, you could have said Tariq Woolen kind of had a better year than Sauce, but Sauce was the more popular player, so they catered to him. But if you actually break down the statistics, Tariq's was right there with them, and some categories better. I mean, some people look at the stats, some people don't. But obviously, I'm always going to be looking at the stats. True, right? True. But imagine if you picked, Jalen Carter, and then, he tears an ACL, in the first year. Then you get a guy that, filled the need, maybe had some character issues, right? You get a guy that would have helped up front, right? But then all of a sudden, or if he has legal problems, things like that. So, yeah, you know what I mean? You can look at it two ways. You know what I mean? You're going to be like, well, we're picking this guy so high. What happens if he, doesn't pan out? But what happens if he does? What happens if he ends up being a, maybe not a top 5 corner right away, but what happens if he ends up being a top 20 and then eventually in a year or two after that turns into a top 12? Then you got 2 top 12 corners, and then the secondary is looking pretty good. So, I mean, I'm not. You know what I mean? I mean, if people are stupid, they'll be sleeping on them. But I still think you guys will be better than the Cardinals and the Rams. And I think that, you got to give the Niners respect based off their roster and whatnot. But if you can keep drafting well for a couple more years, depending on the injuries the Niners have, there is going to be a possibility that the Niners win 10 to, 14 games. And I think Seattle will be in that same kind of realm, but maybe 10 to 12. Slightly less, but definitely enough to do some damage if you stay healthy. Because that's the type of player I think that he is. Tariq is going to be the guy that's going to be the cover guy, a guy that you can move around, a guy that'll get picks and be a force, at like that 6'4". And then Witherspoon, he's not the same size, but he's got kind of a Richard Sherman attitude where he's maybe chippy, talk a little shit, hit hard, get the crowd going, pump the hands up. Maybe that emotional, guy, and maybe just the football IQ. Maybe it's up here. You can be a smaller guy. You don't have to be necessarily 6'4", but I get you. I mean, regardless if you guys would have picked Christian Gonzalez, who was like an AJ Terrell clone, or, reaching for a guy. But again, if they thought that this is the guy, you have to trust Pete. Because if you got to look at where Tariq Woolen went to college, how many people know where even that school is located, right? You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, obviously, sometimes people pick players that are the right fit for them, right? And sometimes they go for just based on how good they really are based off what they did in college on like a big profile school. You know what I mean? So, and you got to think UTSA, Illinois, I mean, not very big, but they usually go for kind of like lower name guys sometimes. And, the last couple of years it's panned out. So at this point, I got to assume that I got to trust. I mean, I'm not a Seahawk fan, but I have concern, but based on what they did last year and you still got Schneider and Pete there, I kind of trust what they did this year too, UTSA, and is it a guarantee that Tariq Woolen would have been this good on another team? There's no guarantee. You know what I mean? It's a team aspect. So, like, what the fuck is UTSA? Most people have no idea. So, I disagree. I don't think. I think you're. You with me. Like I said, you look at the teams. Arizona is going to be one of the worst teams in the league. Rams shouldn't really be that good. So, I mean, I know the schedule will be tough and you're going to be doing a lot of traveling and a lot of flying, but this is not an 8 or 9 win team, not with the upgrades that you made with the roster this year. I mean, the only way that you guys get less than 10 wins is if you guys get hurt. Other than that, I see 10 to 12 wins. I don't think it's going to be a reach to say we can go 10-7. Like, you don't think the Seahawks roster is good enough to go 10-7 or 12-5 if they stay healthy? Niners get banged up. I mean, there's a chance that you can end up going, maybe 4-2 in the division, and that's 4 wins right there. You should be able to beat the Cardinals twice and maybe Rams once and maybe Niners once, depending on how it goes. So, got to give your team a little bit of credit. I mean, I'm not biased. I just look at the product. And you got to think the quarterbacks in the NFC are ass. There's not very many good ones. So you got like Jalen Hurts. Dak isn't really as good as he used to be. You know what I mean? And so you're going to have a 49er quarterback. Who the hell that's going to be, right? So Geno, even though he's older, that's going to be one of the better options with Carr on the Saints and obviously Jalen on the Eagles, right? It's not like there's a lot of depth in the NFC at quarterback. Yeah, I think 10 to 12 wins is a good prediction. And then, we'll see where it goes. Hell, you guys might go 9-8 and still make a wild card. Who knows how shitty the NFC will be next year. So. I think with me, 10 to 12 wins, but I think anything above that would surprise me. I think 13 or 14 wins would be like, oh, shit. Like, you know what I mean? But again, it doesn't really matter as long as you get into the playoffs, even if it's 10 wins. It's just what you do once you get there. 10 wins, 12 wins. A 12-win team can still go in there and shit the bed and lose in the first round by 20 points, right? In like the wild card or the opening round. So. Yeah, but how often are the people in the 12s correct? You can still be a fan of a team, but that doesn't mean that you're smart or you know everything. You know what I mean? And plus, if you get a lot of people that are saying certain things and then other people don't really have a brain and they just go along with what someone else says, and then you start believing someone else's opinion instead of making your own opinion. Not every person that watches sports is smart. Not every person that watches sports actually knows sports or knows how to be able to pick up on things. Sports is not just black and white. There is a gray area. That's the thing. Everyone that watches sports thinks they're an expert, and we obviously know that's not true. So, but I definitely think that you guys can be, one of the better teams, one of the top 6 or 7 in the NFC. So, regardless if that's 10 wins, 11, 12, it should be playoffs based off what you did last year. And, I think that, it would be wild and crazy to think that winning the division, but Rams should be booty. Cardinals will be really booty like the Buccaneers, right? So the only really one you have to really fight with will be the Niners. And the Niners, for their reputation and, usually the weakest spot they have is quarterback, and they still find a way to usually get 9-10 wins or more, make an NFC championship game or a Super Bowl. But really what holds them back is not having a Steve Young or a Joe Montana. And if you don't have that, then you're not going to win the Super Bowl against the Chiefs or anybody else. So I do think Seattle will be on the up and up. Hopefully they don't get injured. Otherwise, if they do, then they won't make the playoffs. But, a wild card, or, the Niners get banged up with some key players. Is it really crazy to think the Seattle Seahawks could win 11 games and then the Niners have injuries and they win 10, or Seattle wins 12 and the Niners win 11, or Seattle wins 12 and the Niners win 13? I don't think it's that crazy to think, I mean, like I said, I've been very critical on the Seahawks over the last few years, but again, I have to give praise when I look at it, not as a biased person, but the last 2 drafts have been pretty good compared to what they used to do. Ignore the O-line, not draft players correctly, draft too many running backs that they don't need, like Penny. Things seem like, they've gotten it turned around, trying to rebuild the Legion of Boom slowly but surely and rebuild that team. So that's my thing. Because, like I said, you can have a group of, 1,000 or 10,000 Seahawk fans, but do you think all of them are going to know more than me or people in the room? So just because you're a fan of a team and you got a lot of people that you're hanging around, that doesn't mean they're going to be smarter than me or people in the room, because I guarantee I'm going to read and watch more film than probably 98% of those Seahawk fans that are in that chat or in that fucking channel. You know what I mean? I'm not saying that all the Seahawk fans are stupid. They're not. But, not every person is created equally based on how they see the game, based on how they do the research, and with the predictions that they come up with. You know what I mean? Like, for someone like me, I'm a fan of all 32. You know what I mean? But just because someone is only a Seahawk fan doesn't mean that they're going to know more than me. That's truth. Yeah, I do like JSN a lot too. And like I said, if Lockett or Metcalf get hurt, then you don't have to worry. You already got another number one that can step in. It's just like Olave, went to the Saints. You already knew that he was going to be pretty good. Now he just needs a quarterback to throw it to him. And Olave is going to have a big breakout year with Carr on the Saints, because you'll actually get opportunities. And like Michael Thomas, the guy can't stay on the field. And then AK-41's got the legal battles and whatnot. So sometimes you just need, continuity and chemistry, and you need to be able to have time together. So, yeah. A lot of 12s can be concerned. That's fine. But who's going to be better? Look at all the teams and all the teams that don't have quarterbacks and how many shitty teams there are in the NFC. Like, regardless if people believe in Geno or not, who's going to be better than Geno at quarterback? Possibly. Maybe Carr, maybe not. Jalen, that's one. Maybe Dak. Who else? Kyler always chokes at the end of the year. The quarterbacks in the NFC are terrible. Goff here and there, you know what I mean? But Geno's got a chance to maybe be the second, third, fourth best quarterback in the NFC. And if you got second, third, fourth best quarterback and he does what he did last year, then, it's not like there's all these great teams in the NFC. There'll be a lot of wiggle room. Now, if the Seattle Seahawks were in the AFC, then I see where you're talking, because obviously, there's a lot of competition there. Mahomes, Allen, Burrow, Herbert, Lamar, they might not have all the defenses there. But, you're in a shitty division. The NFC sucks. It's not good, as far as talent. There's a lot of shitty teams and not really complete teams. And a lot of the quarterbacks left, Not saying that Aaron Rodgers would have made the Packers more relevant, so. Yeah, but even if the D-line sucks, you're still good enough to be able to probably squeak out 10 to 12 wins. The offense will be rolling. And if the offensive line is good, and then maybe you're going to get more plays from the linebackers in the secondary. So, yeah, you might not be able to get a lot of sack lunches. You might not be able to get a lot of run stuffs up the middle yet, until you get some more guys in the next couple years. But eventually they'll address that and try to get some good pass rushers and some big boys. Maybe try to get Vita Vea from the Bucs and have him come back to, Washington and play with Seattle. You get someone like that, that changes everything. 2 away. Yeah, but it's fine. Like I said, everyone's got their own opinions. You can check the receipts. I don't even have to watch a sport for the whole year and I can predict what's going to happen. I've only done hockey for a couple weeks, You know what I mean? But it doesn't seem like it. So like I said, everyone can adapt differently. Not everyone is created equal. Not everyone is the same on how they approach the game and based off the research and whatnot. So we'll see what happens. You know what I mean? If you guys do good or bad, but if Seahawks fans are thinking that in the 12s and in the chat rooms that you guys are going to be shitty, I don't know where that's coming from. I'm not looking at the same team that you're looking at. So, if anything, you should be in the top 2 in the NFC West. You'd be better than the Rams or Cardinals. And the only way that you finish below those teams if you get injured, but they should be one of the top 6 teams, even if the D-line sucks. And if I didn't believe that, I would tell you. So. And maybe you'll just score more points than the other teams. So maybe you won't be able to stop people as much as you'd like, but you're going to be probably scoring more, with this offense. So you got to look at it that perspective too. And plus, if you're worried about the D tackle and the D line, then why didn't you guys pick Jalen Carter then? You know what I mean? If you guys needed that so bad and that was such a big concern, sometimes you got to be able to pick the guys that are a fit for the team, right? And then obviously that was too much of a risk. And maybe next year's draft, they'll be looking at a free agent, like a Vita Vea type, or they'll draft a D tackle if there's a good one there. You can't get everything that you want in 1 or 2 drafts. Sometimes it takes 3 to 4 years. So. Yeah. I mean, think about how many predictions I've gotten wrong, even when things I don't watch. Didn't even watch the Warriors or the Celtics, and I was able to predict Warriors in 6 and Curry get MVP. How is that possible? If I don't watch it all, how is it possible that I don't watch hockey and I was able to predict Colorado in 6 over Tampa last year? Is that just luck? No, it's not. You know what I mean? And I continue to do it over and over. I'm not the only one. Everyone's different with their opinions, but I don't think you guys have anything to worry about Seattle, honestly. If anything, you guys probably have one of the most up-and-coming teams, not only in the NFC, but the AFC. Like, you can tell, like, you guys are coming. You guys are getting there. You guys kind of remind me of, like, the Lions, except you guys are better than the Lions. But I can see both of your teams causing some havoc moving forward. You know what I mean? You're not going to be able to have everything. And, the D-line could still suck a little bit, right? But what happens, right, if Witherspoon ends up being like Tariq Woolen, right? What happens if some of these other guys like JSN ends up getting like a consideration of one of like rookie of the year consideration, and even though you have DK and Lockett, but he still ends up getting like 5 to 8 touchdowns and making a big name for himself, you got to kind of wait how things play out. But again, if this was, previous to the last 2 years, then I would be like, I don't think they know what they're doing, because obviously they didn't draft well in the last, previously to the last 2 years. They drafted the wrong people. They didn't know what they were doing, and it showed. But the last 2 years, even though there's still some concern now, I think that they've done a great job. But again, you didn't know that Abraham Lucas and you didn't know Tariq Woolen were going to be the way that they were until we got about halfway through the season, and it was like, oh my! And even then, people were speculating, is this guy as good as we think he is? And then he was able to keep it up the whole year, both of them. So. But even if those 2 guys didn't pan out, you still would have been excited with the success you had, because obviously you've seen with Kenneth Walker III and Charles Cross. So sometimes you get 2 guys that pan out. Sometimes you'll get 4 or 5. But you had a great year last year. You probably aren't going to get everyone panning out in this draft, but maybe you'll get 3. Maybe you'll get 3 guys, Witherspoon, JSN, and one other that maybe pans out. So. Yeah, sometimes you just got to be careful and buying into what people are saying. You know what I mean? Like, once you get a group of people and whoever's leading the group, not saying that Brandon's an idiot, or whatever, but, just because you're a leader of a channel and whatnot, and you have your opinions, right? But then you have a lot of other people in there. Not everyone is going to know football. Not everyone's going to be smart. Some people are going to be toxic. Some people aren't going to know shit, and so it's like, you get a bunch of these opinions, in this group. Sometimes it's just going to be a lot of misinformation. You know what I mean? I think we can all, that's why I'm not a part of any fucking fan group, because I can't deal with the dumb. The dumb is too high. So, yeah, you know what I mean? Everyone thinks they're an expert. Everyone wants to be right. But in all fairness with everything, regardless if Seattle does good or they do bad, I think they will do well, and I'm rooting for them. You know, I'm probably going to end up doing some Seahawk games just to be able to see what they're about this year. You know, even though because there's no point in me doing Tampa games. So, yeah. But again, like not every channel host or not every person on planet Earth that watches sports knows what they're talking about. I mean, look at all the guys on TV and in the podcast, or if they're a former player, not everyone can be a good host. Not everyone knows, what they're talking about. A lot of the opinions, are biased, or they're based on what the network wants them to say. And a lot of times it's misinformation and they say the wrong thing, or they do like a poll and they leave out a top guy, knowing that you're going to complain and knowing that you're going to actually comment, because that's how they get you. It's all strategy by leaving people out of a list, leaving a team out that they know is worthy to be on the list. It's all planned. Everything is planned on TV and podcasts. It's like watching The Bachelor or The Bachelorette. It's just a bunch of fake bullshit. That's why you got to be able to weed through all the bullshit and try to find the people that actually know what they're talking about. (3-2) Mariners, top of the 8th. Yeah, but you can't force anyone to like something that they don't like. You know what I mean? It's one thing to be like Mariners and, one thing to be like the Seahawks, you know what I mean? But if someone's going to do it, they have to do it on their own. Especially if he's already anti-hockey, the chances of, him coming around, unless maybe the Kraken win a Stanley Cup and then maybe hopping on the wagon at that point. But it seems like that would be the only way that he hops on, if at all, is if they win it all and then he hops on. And then, goes that route, or maybe never will hop on and just doesn't give a shit about hockey, which it sounds like. Not everyone is going to dig it, All right, we're in the top of the 8th, 3-2 M's. Let's hang on, baby. Yeah, not everyone's going to be on board, but it's all good. You'll have enough people that will support the brand. I mean, you don't want someone to be a fake fan. You know what I mean? Just to support it because just because he knows he's going to get people to watch, but doesn't really give a shit about it. We already got enough people that are fake, acting like they like shit when they don't on YouTube and whatnot. So. Well, that's an excuse. Everyone has time to watch shit. It just depends on what you want to watch and what you're interested in. There's 24 fucking hours in a day. I mean, I fucking read 5 to 7 hours a day. I'm doing the channel. I walk with Paisley 2 hours a day. Everyone can make time. It's just a matter of it. Do you like it? And if it's important to you, you'll do it. If it's not important, you're not going to do it. Chopper to third. There we go. Let's go to the bottom of the 8th.
When two forces for good come together, united by a greater purpose, something amazing happens. We become greater than the
All right, we're going to the bottom of the 8th.
To provide excellence in compassionate care, advanced treatments.
1 for 3 with a run. A dinger. Due up. Ty France. Batting second in the order. 1 for 3. Julio Rodriguez. And batting third in the order. 1 for 3. NK Jared Kelenic. So we should be able to get a little bit of insurance here, hopefully. Let's go, Ty. Yeah. Not everyone can be an insane person like a lot of us that love, multiple things and that are willing to, dedicate our whole life to all these things. You know what I mean? Not everyone is dedicated. Like sometimes it's hard enough to get dedicated and love just one thing. But a lot of people, obviously a part of this channel, we're fanatics. So it's not one thing. A lot of us are following 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 on top of wrestling. So, I mean, there's not, I mean, some channels are just going to stick to 1 or 2, but for a lot of us in this, room, it's going to be a lot higher than that. That's facts. So, hey, I mean, if he's on the M's and he's on the Seahawks, that's good enough, Plus, if he was going to start doing it and not actually appreciate it, then what's the point of doing it? Just trying to get subs and views and donos, and you just don't give no shit about it. You're just doing it just to do it. That would be the worst thing to do. So sometimes you just got to stay true to yourself and just love what you love, Yeah, Mariners and Seahawks is enough. J.P. Crawford, back-to-back home runs, 375. Ty France, 420. Let's go. No way. You don't say. Yeah, I'm not willing to say that the Seahawks are good enough to make the NFC Championship game, but that's the direction that you guys are going. And it helps that the rest of the NFC is complete shit. So, it's not like the Eagles. The Eagles are going to be good, but they lost a lot too. So, they're still going to be one of the dominant teams in the NFC. But again, I think the Seahawks will have some nice games. I think the Lions will be better. I think the Niners will be good. Oh, Ty France got hit on the wrist. Fuck. Bastard. Did that get him in the face or the wrist? Fucking A, idiot. Oh my God. This motherfucker just hit Ty. Son of a bitch. He just went down on the stomach. I hope he's okay. Motherfucker. Hit by pitch 8 times this season. What the fuck? Where did that hit? I need to see a replay. I don't think it hit his face, but it maybe hit his wrist or his hand. Where he's holding his wrist. Fuck. That better not be broken. I'm going to be pissed. Oh, shit. Oh, right underneath where your hand connects to your wrist on that bone. Fuck. Are you kidding me? That better not be broken. Son of a bitch. Yeah. And you got to think too, I'm not like a regular sport fan, so I'm always going to be a straight shooter. I'm not biased. You know what I mean? I treat every team as if they're my own. You're not going to get that anywhere else on fucking social media. Like I said, everyone has their own views and opinions, but a lot of them are biased, whether people, they notice it or not, because they just love their team and their players so much. And they're just not willing to, maybe criticize some of the bad decisions or to see the good in other teams that are in the division or in the league as well. So, oh my God, I hope he's okay. This would be terrible. I don't want Ty to go to the IL. Fuck. He seems like he's trying to squeeze the hand and the wrist. Is he going to go to first? Ty is a tough son of a bitch. All right, Ty. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, man. Well, he's going to first. He's not going to the locker room. So apparently they don't think he fractured it. I mean, I imagine they'll probably do an MRI maybe if they feel that it's needed either today or tomorrow. But, I mean, if he's at first base and he's not in the locker room, that's a good sign. Still could be, he might be out for a couple games, but at least he's hanging tough. Next up, Julio Rodriguez. Let's go, J-Rod. My boy. Kraken, Mariners, Hawks. It's a good time to be in the Northwest, baby. Julio! Oh, what was it caught? I can't even see. Oh, he dropped it. Now the guy's saying the fan interference. A boo! They're ruling Julio out with fan interference. What happened here? He stuck his glove out to catch the foul ball, but he didn't get it. And then obviously the A's player had a chance, but he's trying to say he interfered to his line of sight. Dude, how do you have your mitt out there and you miss that? Holy shit. That fan needs to get ejected for life. You put your glove out there and you easily could have got that. Someone didn't play baseball growing up. Seems like everyone that brings a mitt never played baseball. Is it like, like if you played baseball as a kid, you know what I mean? Right? And you bring a mitt, you got to at least catch it. Oh, it's interference. Wow, they called Julio out. All right, no problem. Appreciate you. And like I said, we'll be back tomorrow for Florida and Carolina. Eventually, we'll get a baseball stream in for Dodgers or Mariners. But as long as the hockey stuff is going and we get a decent, crowd and whatnot, then we'll continue to keep doing these. Yeah, the guy shouldn't have been reaching over. He's got the chain on. Not a good look, bud. You shouldn't have leaned over like that, but I get it. When you go to a game, you might have one opportunity to make, a history. And it would have been a Julio foul ball too. You know what I mean? But again, you can't reach over like that. You got to be smarter than that. Know the rules. And obviously this guy doesn't. Popcorn in one hand, glove in the other, and he still didn't even catch the ball. Still could have been caught afterwards, but Kelenic. Oh, Haggerty. Wow, fans are just going crazy. All right, we got Haggerty at first. 3-2, bottom of the eighth with 2 outs. Sam Haggerty is a pinch runner for Kelenic. Still booing. Yeah, but as a fan, too, you got to, make sure that you have an opportunity there. And the funny thing is even after it happened, the A's player threw it up into the crowd, but not to that guy, to someone else. So didn't even get the Julio ball right there. I know the other fans are mad at the umps, but I think the players still could have caught it. But I do see where the interference call, he reached over, and he was out obviously on that right-handed side of right field, front row on the wall, and he had his glove reaching over 2-3 feet, and he still didn't catch it. Unbelievable. Haggerty going for 2. Stolen. Go, 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 Haggerty. Haggerty to third. Yes. Yeah, baby. There we go. We need insurance. Hell yeah. Haggerty. Count is full. 3-2 count for Gino. Let's go. Eugenio Suarez. 3-2 M's. Bottom of the eighth. Runner at third. Sam Haggerty. Ham Swaggity. Let's go, Eugenio. 3-2 pitch. Hit him. What the fuck? What the fuck is going on here? May hit Suarez in the back. Bro, are we going to fight? Are we going to fight this guy soon? What the fuck? You can say it slipped, but this is bullshit. What are the A's doing? Like, I thought our rivals were the Astros and the Angels. We might have to start fighting this fucking team. Bro, right in the back? How many times are you hitting us? Fuck out of here. Boo. You said, I grew up a fan. Grew up a Mariner fan. Well, you're not acting like it, May. If the ball is slipping out of your hands, they got to make a change. That's bullshit. Because you know what I mean? Like, you get one guy hit in the wrong spot. That could be the end of the season. That could be a broken bone, a broken wrist, a broken finger, a broken ankle. Get hit in the head, get hit in the back. Maybe out for like 2 games to 7 games. Come on. Oh, I mean, I don't think he did it on purpose, but I mean, this is getting a little ridiculous. I think it just kind of slipped out of his hands, but this is getting a little bit too much. Especially when Ty got hit on the wrist like that. The hit in the back by Eugenio wasn't as bad. Bastards. All right, come on, big dumper. Cal swings on the first pitch, foul. Wow, he hasn't hit a batter since 2019. Okay, well, at least if that's the case, then yeah, I know that he is not. All right, Megan. All right, I see it. Hold up.
Swedish Casino and Lodge is the perfect destination for your next getaway. Wake up to stunning views of Padilla Bay. Head to the casino floor for exciting slots and table games. Relax and recharge by cozying up in the lodge. And end your day savoring the delicious flavors of the Pacific Northwest at the award-winning 13 Moons. Come stay and play at Swedish Casino and Lodge, where you can explore it all.
I sent it to Sarah's, but she left, so she's probably like, what is this? One of them came through, and the other one was like having a problem loading, but here, hold on. There you go. The baby. All right, here's the other one. There's the first one.
That's why we got fresh new deals, so you can heat things up and chill out all season long. Make the most of your summer now with great savings. Shop in store or online today.
So yeah, USAA, they always have
Cute baby.
USAA. You were in the military? Oh no, I wasn't.
And there's the other one. There we go.
He joined USAA, passed membership to my mom, then to me. There's other ways to get in. Yeah.
Nice.
My neighbor Ron, he's in because his wife served.
All right, we're going to the top of the 9th.
She's foreign. Her dad served. So all this time I could have had USAA insurance and banking. Where there's over there.
USAA, the military community and their families.
Now we got Seawald.
From the West Coast to the world, earn and redeem miles to over 1,000 destinations with our One World Alliance members. And by Home Street Bank, make sure your money is.
All right, let's go, baby. Let's end this. The handsome Julian. Oh, holy shit. Look at this, Megan. Hold up. I did not know this. I don't know. Maybe you saw. I just saw this right now, though. Look at this. Megan, look at this before you go. We got a special person at the game, at the Mariner game right now. You might recognize him. Who is this? Grew in the building? Awesome. That just came up. They posted that 29 minutes ago. Grew. Let's go. All right, talk soon. All right, I'm going to finish this. We're at the top of the ninth. Grew, right? I was like, no way he's there. I was like, oh, that's dope. It's cool to be able to see them support the other teams, which they will. You know, everyone that's a Mariner, Kraken, Seahawk, they'll all go to each other's games and support, you know. The support is real here in the Pacific Northwest. And it's not like they have to do it. You know what I mean? Like they are doing it because the city is awesome, man. Like I said, the Seattle is a sport town, man. And like I said, I don't know if I could live in too many places, but I would rather live in Seattle than live in California. You know, like I said, I could probably only live here, Seattle, and maybe Eugene for the Ducks. But other than that, I don't know if I could live anywhere else. And I probably wouldn't live in Eugene because it would only be for like football season. So I think that, you know, Seattle might be the only other place that I could really live, honestly. But I really see myself living in Oregon for my whole life and just visiting. Ooh, Yankees and Mariners, Aaron Judge. Freaking grew. Yeah, they're still talking about it. They're definitely deserving of it, you know, but then they'll have to do 2 because they have 30 teams right now. So you can't have 15 on one side and 16 on the other. So, you know, I don't know if that's going to be, you know, Nashville is going to be in the running for baseball or basketball, and certain cities are going to be in the running. A's are going to be going to Vegas, it looks like, but for the Sonics, yeah, they are going to be probably one of 5, you know, locations that would be in the running for a team. But then they would have to bring in Seattle and another team, 2 at the same time, not just one. Otherwise, it'd be off balance on the schedule. Seawald 0-2 count. Now 1-2 with 1 away. Yeah. I was actually hoping that the A's would come to Oregon, but I knew it wouldn't happen. We don't got enough area, space, money to do it. But even if they did come, I'm not going to switch from being a Mariner fan to a Portland A's fan or whatever the hell they would call themselves. Oregon A's, Portland A's, whatever the fuck they would call themselves. But yeah, whatever. Well, most people that are Seattle fans that are going to keep it all together, though. I mean, if you're a Seahawk fan, a Kraken fan, and a Mariner fan, chances are you're a Cougar fan or you're a Husky fan. You just have the Pete Carroll thing, so that's why you're doing USC. You know, you don't find too many fans in the Pacific Northwest that live in Washington that aren't Cougars or Huskies. Just like if you're going to come here to Oregon, there's going to be some outsider fans, but it's either Ducks or Beavers. I mean, those are really, you know, Ducks, Beavers, Blazers. I mean, that's all we got here. Have a good one. And start believing in Seattle and stop listening to people in that room. Not everyone in that room for the 12s and all those Seahawk people know what they're talking about. Sometimes you got to make up your own opinion, okay? Hawks are going to be good this year, trust me. Top of the ninth, 3-2 Mariners. Big swing and a miss. Let's go, Paul. Oh, you're split? Your bro's a Duck grad? Oh, wow. All right, take care. Come on, Paul. 0-1 count. Big swing and a miss. 0-2 count. Let's go. One more strike. And we get this dub. And they got all the runs when I decided to turn it on. It must have been a blessing for me, Reflect, and Megan while the game was still going on. Let's go. Crowd is into it. And a J.P. Crawford home run? Get the fuck out of here. Like the guy least likely to hit a home run for us to get it going. And then Ty France after that. Pretty sweet. Pretty freaking sweet. All right, come on, Paul. 0-2 pitch from Seawald. Popped foul. This would be a good win for us. Come on, Paul. Come on, Paul. Pitch is high. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Yeah! Let's go. Hell yeah. That's what I'm talking about. Wow, 10-40? That's terrible. Oh, Animal House. Oh, nice. Let's go. Yeah, it sounds like that's where they're going. That's where the money and the plan was. So I'm a little disappointed, but I already knew Portland wasn't going to, we weren't going to really, be in the running and whatnot. So. Let's go. Nice job by JP. Nice job by Ty France. Very nice. San Diego too, yeah. I hope the Chargers do well. You just got to get a better coach and get a defense, and then we can finally see Herbert have some success instead of everyone talking shit about him. It's not his fault. It's the defense and the coach. So hopefully that gets turned around for you too. I'll always be rooting for Herbert as a Duck. So, well, I love you guys, and I appreciate you guys very much. Ryan with the beautiful boy. Reflect, always coming in the clutch. Megan, obviously, super fan for the Pacific Northwest. Sarah, obviously, off to bed already as well. I love you guys, and I appreciate you guys. I will be back tomorrow at 5 p.m. for Game 4 of Carolina and Florida. We'll see if Florida can end up getting the sweep. Thank you so much to everyone that shared, that chatted, helped out on the Twitter, donated, reflected. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. And we'll be back tomorrow, and we'll grind it out. Love you guys, and I appreciate you guys very, very much. And I got one question for you. Who talk sports like us? Your boy Ryan, Northwest Sports Fanatics, and I'm out. Gang. No problem, man. Anytime. Have a great night. Gang. Oh, you're good, Reflect. You're good. I'm just glad that you guys showed up and we could end up hanging out. Anyone that comes through and is a positive influence, you already know it's going to be good vibes, and we're going to be able to hang out. So Reflect, Ryan, you guys have a great rest of your night. Hopefully I see you guys tomorrow if you're not busy. I love you guys, and I appreciate you, and I'll be back soon tomorrow, 5 p.m. Pacific time for Carolina, Florida, Game 4. And I'm out. Gang!